Good morning. Today is June 14th, 2022, and I'm calling this monthly work session to order. Before we get started with what is a very full agenda, is there any comments that anyone might have from the board members? I know we always do that at the end, and sometimes we squeeze out what we have to say, but if there's anything, before we start talking about our first agenda item that anyone needs to address or speak on, and just like clockwork, it's Ms. Shirley Brown.
I just wanted to bring up a few of the things that we talked on at the FSBA conference. And one of the most important ones that I saw that we might be interested in, I'm bringing the information back to the superintendent, is there's a new ID, not an ID badge, but the door entry thing that several of the districts, I know Lee County and Manatee County and Citrus and several in the state are using it. Centigix. And it's the one that automatically gets you in the door, but you could also push the button, and once will allow it's got the layout of the whole building, and if you push the button, it'll tell you. I just pushed the button, but it's not connected. The first button will alert the office and the SRO that somebody needs help. Say if a student passed out or somebody would get there, and if they push it 3 times, it goes into lockdown. No phone, nothing else is needed, and this will pinpoint exactly where the person is who pushed the button to send help right away, and several of them are doing that. And the other thing is there's an association, FACSA, it's the Florida Association of Charter School Authorizers by the school districts, and it was a rather interesting breakout session. And there was 2 things that they brought up that passed in the legislative session. We all heard about that commission that's going to do the school board meetings. I mean, the school board, the authorization that the school district used to do, the state can do. But they brought up that it was specifically put in the language upon legislative appropriation. And being a legislator, I know why that gets put on there. It gets put on there for someone to push the bill down the way without having an appropriation impact. But they said it would be $1 million appropriation. No appropriation was given. So the law passed, but the appropriation didn't. So it didn't really put into effect. The only thing that could be in effect now would be the governor appointing someone to it, and then the Senate, when they are in session, can approve the people, but they can't start that up yet this year. And the other thing that did pass was that if you were going to be closing down a charter school, which I saw the letter go out, you cannot close down a charter school except 90 days before the end of the school year. So keep that in mind if we go through that. But it was a very good, and they have a booklet, Florida Principles and Standards for Quality Charter School Authorizing. And apparently our district is a part of this. And I will pass some information on to you, Superintendent, then also to the, for you to share with the committee. And I thought it was very interesting.
The Charter School Revision Commission, they already have appointed 4 members from charter schools and 4 members from public schools. It's already listed, but it's very scant as to what they're doing yet. And I think the DOE is quite backlogged with the assessment piece alone, but we'll have to, to wait and see how things go. I know on the bill, Don't Say Gay bill, paraphrasing, they're only concerned with K through 3, and other age-appropriate situations will be determined at a later date after some documentation is brought forward. I thought it was an excellent session. The whole 3-day session was excellent, very well done, and very well appropriated. Tom, I think, wants to speak to a couple of things that he picked up as well. So, Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would concur. I thought it was a wonderful event. I have a lot of things that I picked up just on a personal note as an individual school board member, which is one of the reasons why I always enjoy attending FSBA. But I didn't really cue in other than to just acknowledge that someone that we all work with very closely was named Employee of the Year. And that was Jamal, and I just wanted to wish him an extra congratulations. I don't see him, but I'll tell you a quick story. I was elected and not seated, and it was during a pretty extensive board meeting that was overly attended, in my opinion. But I pulled into the parking lot. I was unfamiliar with all the entrances and where to go. And it was pretty heavy duty outside. And all of a sudden, I felt this arm come right up behind me over my shoulder. And it was Jamal who just said, "I gotcha." And he walked me right through the crowd and into the door. So it certainly exemplifies why he was named Employee of the Year. And I just wanted all of us to acknowledge that as a team because he does such great work for all of us.
And I too congratulate Jamal because he's the best, and he's always there, always helpful. And I had an opportunity to sit through. We had a keynote who was really, really great, and I can't remember his last name. Tom probably knows. AJ, what is his?
From Texas?
Yes. At any rate, but he flashed up on the screen, and I think it's important for us to remember this. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. And what he was talking about was that, inputs and outputs are not the same thing as outcomes. And how much of your board meeting are you spending on outcomes? He says it should be at least 50% of your board meeting, which ours perhaps, and he says most it's about 1% but he's writing a book. It's coming out in October. I'm going to get it and share it with everybody, but he was really an impressive person. And of course, he's working in Texas, which is not an easy state to work in either. So I just want to mention that. It was my last FSBA meeting, and it was bittersweet for me. I was quite reflective and got to spend some time. I did swear in our new officers. And I will just mention one more time, we are not members of the National School Board Association. We now have formed a new organization nationally, 22 states and growing, that will be our national emphasis. And we have had a big part of this new organization. We had issues with an SBA for 5 years or so, and part of that was just not keeping the board of directors involved and not getting permission from board of directors to do certain things. And so it was something that came, but after a long time and long deliberation. So I just want to say how much I think I've learned from FSBA and how proud I am to have been a part of that. So I'm, kind of in closing out some of these things as I get ready for my retirement in November. So it was a real bittersweet moment, but a really great thing. So with that, we will begin our very full day workshop. I'm going to say that we're going to try to keep things on time, and if some of you in the audience who are speaking can shorten your presentation, all the better. We have a full day and will not be breaking for lunch. So with that, we'll start our first item, which is the superintendent's contract.
So how do we want to start that?
Well, what I think we want to do is I want to have our attorney and the superintendent and myself go over what the process itself was and what took place. We started looking at renewing his contract because we must do something before the end of June. That is what his existing contract has stated, and we thought we would clean up the contract as it appeared from the Selectric typewriter that I think it was typed on at some point in time. It looked like an old Selectric that I used to sell. So we began that, and what we did is we had a meeting, Dan DeLeo, Mr. McKinley, myself, and the superintendent, And we discussed pieces and parts of this, knowing that then we would insert our performance piece and our evaluation piece. We are going to do that evaluation in the fall, and we wanted to go through this. And then what we suggested was, because this didn't happen at the last time when we originally created this contract, that the superintendent would then take it to his attorney, his personal attorney, for review. The red marks that you see indicated on the copy are marks that came back from his attorney. And many of them, I think, have made it more explanatory and more thorough in terms of what is said in the contract. So I'm really happy about that. So I think we should just begin and start going through that. Mr. McKinley, do you have anything to add?
Yes, there are a couple of items that I want to bring the board's attention to. This, again, it's all my fault, right? I started off trying to do an improved format for the superintendent's agreement, showed it to Mr. DeLeo. After some consideration by him, he decided the new form was better. We gave it to the chairman and the superintendent, and the superintendent gave it to his attorney. And there are a couple of items in here that were really sort of placeholders that need to be addressed on a priority basis, and they involve dollars, so they'll be important and interesting. If you look at 6B, the supplemental salary, the number $900 there was my attempt to be efficient and combine the business expense provision of $500 and
500 was for auto expense, I think.
yeah, the other way around, 500 for auto and 400 for business, for a total of 900. Then I see a comment that we should at least consider increasing the auto expense to 900 because of the cost of operating a vehicle. So that issue is out there. We need to consider whether to add back the business expense of 400, right? Okay, and another point that needs to be brought to the board's attention is in paragraph 6D on page 4, the deferred benefit in the original contract was $19,500, and the form that I used had a percentage, and the percentage times the superintendent's salary is actually $34,050. So it's a significant increase, but from $19,500. So otherwise, the changes are editorial in nature, and I'm ready to turn the chairman and the board members loose with those
You're
expensive
talking about
comments.
item D, correct?
D, I'm sorry. On the.
Page 4.
Yeah, D. Page 4, 6D, deferred benefit.
Okay. Okay, and next, Dr. Aslan, do you have any comments?
No, I just want to say I appreciate you bringing the contract forward to me and revising it. Especially, I know that, like you said, June 30th is the deadline to figure out where we're going with the contract. So we needed to make sure we get this done. So I appreciate you doing that. And then Ms. Goodwin's correct. After I received the contract, then I did take it to my attorney. And yes, the writing in red is the information that my attorney placed in the contract. And so then at that point, I sent that to our school board attorney and our board members to take a look at, knowing that we're coming to the workshop here. And then last night I sent it out, attached it to the board workshop so the community could see it as well.
And I did note that yesterday morning it appeared on the Argus/Christine Robinson Facebook page, so someone gave it to her. And we had hoped that we would have had our one-on-ones before that took place. And of course, her old board chair Mercier's editorial back in early 2019 about the contract for Dr. Bowden was also placed and posted again as well. I don't know what all of that is about. I don't know what all of these issues that Argus has with the school district are, or Mrs. Robinson has, but in any event, I think this is a good contract. I think that that there are some really good things, and that most of the areas in red gave us more explanation and less chance for confusion in the long run. So I welcome them. Of course, there was the one article, or the part that has a bit of an interesting part to it, and that is the termination without cause clause. And before Mrs. Ziegler or anyone else brings that up, I just want to say this. Back in 2017, 2018, I brought forward a contract for our board to look at for Dr. Bowden. It did contain a clause for a supermajority for termination without cause. It caused a firestorm. It caused people to misrepresent what I said. This contract is not between the superintendent and the public. This contract is between the superintendent and this board. How many of you have witnessed or had input into Jonathan Lewis's contract with the county commission, or with anyone else that sits on a given board in another school district? And by the way, this termination without cause clause is in other school district superintendents' contracts. It has been for some time, and it's also in other cities and counties. So I just want to mention that. But I thought it ironic that it came back, because I had a chuckle from that, because, you know, it was something that Dr. Asplin's attorney felt was important for him to have this. We have 3 seats up for reelection. We have a lot of political pandering that goes on this board, unfortunately. We are a non-specific, non-political, no party affiliation board. I remind everyone of that often and many, many times. But in any event, I think that we can, and I'll start with you, Shirley Brown. I think we'll just go right down the line and let people have some comments. You want to start?
Well, first on the looking at the monthly expense and the gas. Now, we took the 500 and the 400 and made it 900. I mean, I know gas has gone up, and I'm sure that a pickup truck is not great mileage, but I'm not sure how much we would need to increase the mileage on that. Perhaps 1,000 a month or 900, but I don't know how many other expenses the superintendent has and how that is running, and I would like some feedback from him on that. On page 7, the termination, I too agree that we need to have the supermajority, as do most boards, because I don't think it should become a political issue, and and the superintendent shouldn't feel like he may be walking on eggshells after every election. So I support that. And that's all.
So in general, what did you think about it? And you had helped
Yes.
and worked with him on the contract. I just thought some of these comments that he brought back were very, very helpful, because they explain things even more thoroughly. So I was really, really happy with that. Okay, if that's all you have to say, then Bridget, want to go forward?
Yeah, thank you. So I did speak with Dr. Aspen yesterday, and I did ask the question that Mrs. Goodwin just brought up, because it brought back many memories that were not the shiniest, brightest moments of this district as it pertains to the supermajority. And so there are a couple areas that I have concerns of, but I'm going to start there because that's the big one for me. Dr. Aspen confirmed that him and his attorney put it forward. So I know that I wanted to make sure that was clear. Out of due respect, Mrs.
Thank
Goodwin.
you for that.
So as I spoke with him, and so I guess what I'd like to start with is, Dr. Aspen, if because I don't want to speak for you, can you share some insight as to why you believe that should be in your contract?
Yes. So yes, as you said, I sat down with a labor attorney, and that attorney, in going through all of this, said that that would be his recommendation to place on there. And honestly, not being here, I had no idea there was a firestorm. I had no idea about the memories of the bad memories of this occurring before. I did take a look and read last night that article that you were referencing, Ms. Goodwin, about the last superintendent and the 4-to-1 supermajority piece. What I do want to say is that my attorney, who is a labor attorney, said he works with other superintendents, and that was a possibility, because I asked about that. What does that mean? What does that look like? Why are we talking about that? And part of the reason, too, was, because there is, political turmoil out there. There's new board members who are probably going to be on board. We know at least 2 for sure who are going to be on board who will be new. And those were his comments to me when I asked why. So I understand why he would say that as a labor attorney. At the same time, like I said, I wasn't involved in anything in the prior, and I didn't know that there were these terrible memories having to do with all of that. Because the last thing I want to do is cause issues. I do not want to cause issues. I know we're all here to help our students. I want us all to be able to work together. I don't want to cause any kind of rift. I think if I had known it was that big of an issue, I probably would have told them, look, yeah, we're not going to go there. So that's where we are there. I personally can go either way on that. If the board feels like it'd be better to have the 3-2, because I know that's what it takes for every other decision, I'm good with that. I think in this case, what he was trying to do too is in the no cause paragraph, not for every kind of termination, but in the no cause piece, is to say, look, a board member could just bring it up in a board meeting one night, and if 2 others agree, then you're terminated, and you didn't even know it was coming, you didn't have any idea, that kind of thing. And so you want to be able to, having a 4-1 causes you to be able to at least possibly know what's going on before it happens, and least chance for it to happen, so that it can be discussed. For me, if I know it's time to go and I know that I'm not doing a good job and I'm not producing results, I'm going to leave on my own anyway. You won't need to fire me. And if you feel like you need to, that's fine. But I think this was a process that he was saying, look, to make it as fair as possible, this is what I recommend. And it was interesting to read that article last night concerning the big firestorm and such, and that is the last thing that I want to do. So I just want to put that out there in the fact that I can see why he says that it would be a more fair decision as far as labor attorneys are concerned. And then at the same time, I want you to know I understand why there may be some folks who are upset based on what has happened in the past. And the last thing I want to do is cause any rift.
Thank you. Well, on that, so I appreciate that, because I think the stability is very important, and I also believe the role of the governance structure is vitally important, and that is bigger than any of the individuals on this board or serve at this time, or who the specified superintendent is. And so when I think about any superintendent that comes in to a position, you certainly want to be focused on the stability. So I think that's a priority. As do I think that any kind of succession planning, and in order to not send shockwaves through an organization, again, that can be disruptive to the district. However, that does not come when in the fashion, in my mind, of tying the hands of particularly incoming school board members, when we know for a fact that we'll have a different board makeup, undoubtedly. And where I think to afford for more stability was the 30 days notice. If you do more than that, maybe a provision, maybe it's a 60-day notice to stabilize things. Because I'm not diminishing that, but where I think it is, there's a couple issues that I find this is important. I think I thought, and perhaps I was mistaken, but believed that really what our goal with the superintendent's contract at this moment was to not have any substantive changes, but to extend it to the October date to respond to the evaluation piece. Now, I'm not citing that if you to bring forward some tweaks, because there were some areas that I believe that also needed some cleanup. But this is substantially different. And in that aspect of, in the element in transparency is ensuring, and yes, we're having a workshop, at least we're not voting on it today. But I do think it is important, and I think having heard from you and even what you just said is that's your intent is not to rock the boat or create any kind of angst or chaos. And so, but I want to reiterate, as I did yesterday, out of concern, that the historic nature of this is real, but it's also, whether that happened or not before, it's just bad governance. And so you're an elected, so if you're a superintendent applying for any position in the state of Florida, well, anyway, but so we'll use Florida, you know, outside of being an elected superintendent, you know that you're serving to an elected board, and that changes over time. So that's just a reality of the facts. And for the individual board members and a board collectively, they are there to represent the community and all the stakeholders with the intention of course, having high quality academic excellence in school and education. But the individual board members are representing the people's voices. And so when you have a 4-1, whether there's an election coming up or not, and that's ironic when we talk about the political elements staying out, then let's keep it out by not changing course because there is an election coming up. I think the consistency of respecting the fact that it's a simple majority to hire, it's a simple majority to raise, it's a simple majority to terminate, God forbid. But when you start changing the rules out of fear of what could be, well, it doesn't matter. Again, I don't know who's going to be on this board. And I just think it's a disservice to the community and to the people. And I think there's a better way to approach the stability aspect, at least that was maybe mentioned as a reason for this. You know, the other part that I find fascinating is, again, this was certainly brought up during our interviews back in July of 2020. And I know that FSBA weighed in on it, saying that they would recommend against a contract that has a supermajority clause, which I know, remember, you guys kicked off the meeting talking about FSBA, and then I know that Dr. Aspen, you're very involved with FSBA and FADS. So I just find it a complete change of course. And one thing that I believe the Dr. Aspen, that you've done, or at least attempted to do throughout your time here, is to maintain that stability and keep your focus. And despite people claiming there's all sorts of political rancor, not invoking yourself in that. And I think I would say this to any superintendent, regardless of my individual feelings of that person, is that it is in the best interest of the district if a superintendent keeps out of any kind of potential political aspects, because it can draw your attention away from the mission. And so that is ultimately the biggest issue I have with this. I would like that to be stricken. I would like it to be a simple majority. There are other areas that I would like to see changed. I think the other aspect is let me see if I can find it, the compensation and the raise. So another thing that again, this is a substantial change, but I'm sorry, let me just find the ad so everyone can get to it. Is performance pay. It is, I have it highlighted, I apologize. Bear with me.
Page 3.
Well, I'm all discombobulated here. Yeah, yes, I think so. Where you would be absorbing the same as, no, the 3%. Yes, okay, so it's page 3, 6A. Pay increases for the fiscal year commencing July 1, 2020. Is that 3? Yes, 2023. The superintendent shall receive a pay increase equal to the increase granted to the Sarasota County School District Instructional Bargaining Unit. We struck the 3%. But the challenge I have adopting this is we had recently just talked about evaluating the way in which we move into the next year of how we do administrators. And this is not this is a discussion, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that Dr. Aspen, you brought up as far as a sustainable aspect, we need to reevaluate the way we're looking at pay raises for administrators, not diminishing the important work they do, but that the practice of just copying whatever the negotiated amount was is not sustainable financially, because a lot of our administrators, although it is a range, are on a much higher level. So if we add that in, we're kind of countering what we said we would be potentially looking at in the future. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, so just remember, everything in black I did not add in. That was from the board, okay? But I did cross out the 3% piece because I just want to, my thought is, to be fair, whatever sort of raise all the employees in the district received, that I would fall in line with that. That's what I was trying to say there.
Okay.
As far as looking at administrative raises, yes, we are, and we're actually building some task forces with principals and so forth to figure out what that is, and we're in the middle of that. But at the moment, I didn't even realize, if I was going to cross that out and rewrite something, I didn't know how I would even do that, because at this point, it is based on the instructional bargaining unit. That's why I left that in there and crossed out the rest. Because where are we right now? Yes, right now we're with the instructional bargaining unit. Now, will that change later as far as when we figure out what we'll do with administrators? Yes, there's a very good chance that would be different. So if we need to add something on there that says instructional bargaining unit or the increase that is agreed upon for other administrators, I just want to be the same as everybody else. That's the thing.
Okay.
And however you want to write that, it's fine with me. I just want to be like everyone else.
No, understood. So and thank you for the clarification. I think that, again, there are some, and the superintendent is the only employee that the board hires. I mean, we do obviously hire general counsel, but the most important, and it's within statute. So when we're talking about the changes to a contract, they are, again, significantly important. And I know we are up against a time deadline. And again, that was about the evaluation. And so I can go two ways here. We can go through, I think there's elements of, if we're going to talk about the administrative standpoint, well, then let's start with that, with your contract, because you kind of create that opportunity. But do we have the time to go through all these nuances? So
This is the most important thing for us to do today, as far as I see on the agenda.
all right.
I mean, it's supposed to be a board workshop, but it ends up being everybody else's workshop. And usually this piece would have been brought to us at the very bottom of the day when we're tired and everything else. So I kind of tried to move that around a little bit. But I think this is the most important thing for us to do.
Well, I concur that it doesn't, I
And
can't wait.
I'd like to have some general comments before we do that, Bridget, and let everybody have a chance to say a few things and
Yeah.
we'll go through it.
Those are I mean, those
okay
are my
with
two main areas. So I just didn't know if we were going to be able to go through each item, because there are some additional areas that need some tweaking.
And I'm the one that suggested making the changes because the original contract had nothing in it about salary. Nothing. It was like foo-foo dust and magic fairies, whatever, is decided at whatever point is decided. We really did not have any specifics in that contract at all, and that gave me pause, because I don't think that's fair either.
And before I close, and thank you, I'm glad you brought that up. So this version here is a rewritten version, and then there's add-ons with the red, which was your edits. Do we have a comparable from the previous contract, or was
It would
it?
be a total rewrite. It would be all strike-throughs. This is a different document. You couldn't.
That Mr. McKinley brought forward to us, that we thought had everything in it, but it was just a much more logical flow.
I like the form better. No agenda. Yes, sorry. I like the form better. There was no particular agenda, other than I think this is just a better document. And you understand what I'm saying about the comparison wouldn't work. Every word is different.
Okay, Tom Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Number one, I'm completely satisfied with a total rewrite, because working with that document when I got here was frightening. So I'm happy, and from my own comparison, not that I'm computer savvy in my brain, but the general components are all there, and all of the necessary components that I perceive from a business standpoint, having signed contracts myself on both sides. So I would say I'm comfortable with that. In general, I want to start by saying that what we're not discussing is a tremendous list of accomplishments that our superintendent has done since he's been here. And for the record, I don't know if anyone can see this, but that's one page and on the other side. And I went through each of them thoroughly, and I would agree with this document. So I'll start by saying that the superintendent is exceptional, in my opinion, at what he does. So having said that, and that the contract is finally, for me as a board member, in order to move forward, I do have some things that I'll talk about in a second. I am interested in the historic issues that have happened in our district as it relates to superintendents' compensation and contracts a little, so that we don't make the same mistakes. But it's moving forward, I want to make sure that we're sending a message to the superintendent that he not only is doing an incredible job, but that he's celebrated and that we want him here for a very long time. And the reason why I say that is that we have just invested in a strategic plan. We're coming hopefully completely out of a pandemic within our lifetimes, that our students need to work on the COVID slide, and all of the numbers from FSA that we're concerned about, all of that is in place and ready to be executed, and a change in superintendent would be a disaster for the school district and our students, because all of that work, all of that groundwork that we have laid out and ready to execute to would have to start over with a new superintendent. And I am not interested in doing that. And I don't mind saying that publicly, because we have a terrific superintendent. So we have to start from that premise. And I view this contract as an outcome, because I know Mrs. Goodwin talked about inputs, outputs, and outcomes. So this is an outcome to what I just said. I want to see that accomplished, that he gets the message that he's celebrated and he's doing a good job, and we're behind him 100%. Secondly, in this contract, we have a lot of time, date sensitive things that have to occur on an annual basis. And in talking about board members coming and going, we have to make sure that we live up to that contract regardless of who's sitting in these seats. So I had that conversation briefly with Dr. Asplin yesterday, and I'm sorry to do this, Dr. Cantalupo, but I have been pushed over to you because I'd like to see a dashboard created for the board that we could look at all the time that has date-sensitive materials. So for example, in addition to making sure we're executing to the superintendent's contract, things for me is that I'd like to see a quarterly update on ESSER dollars and dollars that are dropping back to the bottom line based upon reading programs that we no longer need, or any other programs that we no longer need. I want to see that quarterly. So that's an example of what I'm looking to accomplish from a dashboard perspective. And then lastly, also to give a board member some individual room to add to that for their own personal use, to remind themselves of things that they want to accomplish in that dashboard. So surprise. And then here are the things that I am not in favor of, or going to page 368, which I know was discussed. I think we can quickly I agree with Mrs. Ziegler in that we don't want to create a precedent that the superintendent is automatically going to that percentage. But I think we could also put in there a not to exceed that percentage, and that might accomplish that flexibility that we're trying to get to. Also, I am not in favor of a gas allowance. I don't put in my gas allowance. I know as board members we're allowed, and gas has gone up, and I just don't think if I haven't been doing it before, why do it now? It is the cost of living. We're all subject to that, and our bus drivers would probably like that advantage as well. So I'm not in favor of that. I'm not in favor of the supermajority for entirely different reasons. I just think it's a bad precedent. I don't want to see our board starting to dissect supermajority in decisions. I just think that's the wrong direction to go. And I think that concludes my initial observations.
Thank you. Karen Rose?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been a lot of comments relative to politics, and I want to just state that I think that if we were to shift our comments to accountability in every workshop agenda item, covering where we are in performance data, that would put us on a course that straight away and didn't allow politics and allow numbers and performance to lead us. And when I look at the accountability that comes with maintaining the contract for the superintendent, one of our only employees as board members, in addition to legal counsel, I look at, in addition to that contract, I would like to have seen grade 3 reading today. To me, anywhere we go with a CEO whose main accountability is high performance in our schools, and we've had no public discussion relative to the only data that exists right now to hold an individual that's leading academia in this district accountable. I'm also looking at that with the only data being grade 3 and no dialogue from a workshop perspective, that this contract has a automatic 3-year renewal with pending data covering all student performance coming in July. It has the supermajority for termination, and I'm certainly not looking at termination, but I'm also not looking at giving a guarantee to any CEO, and this isn't personal, that doesn't have the performance that this district expects and has had for a multitude of years. I'm perfectly willing to celebrate the accomplishments of the CEO, the superintendent of this district, but I'm not willing to call it a list. I want to see hard data. I want to know what our plan is and where it is going forward. I was under the impression when we postponed an evaluation, and let me add that this contract doesn't include an evaluation. There is no evaluation. There was an agreement to move the evaluation, which made total sense until we received data, and I was under what I considered to be a logical conclusion that we would be coming up with an agreement with the superintendent to move this to the same time. I don't think that anyone in this district, whether it's the superintendent / CEO, chief officer, or any administrator or any teacher should feel insecure based on personalities, based on politics. I find that repulsive. I think that we should have the confidence and the security of having a performance-based renewal of contracts. So the initiating this conversation of a contract with politics and elections, I'm disappointed in. I think that the agenda items really lead what we should be focusing in on, and I'm disappointed in where we are with this contract, and I'm disappointed that we are not discussing grade 3 reading, the greatest research-based greatest predictor of every student's success in this district. And I definitely will not support all of the repercussions that come with a supermajority. I do not think that it equals insurmountable security regardless of anything. I think performance based trends, what you've brought to this district, which includes whatever is on a list, but data, student performance, and watching it, having the opportunity, I consider myself accountable to watching it move, vote on a budget that supports that movement. I vote on what your plans are to take us to the next level, the next layer of performance standard for this community, the quality of these schools. And for me, that actually starts with the third grade reading and what we don't have in our hands that's coming out in, 1 month? So I feel we're off course. Thank you.
All right. And then I'm going to speak to a couple of these things myself. First of all, in talking with the FADS organization recently, I was told that we've had 67 superintendents leave the state of Florida in the last 5 years. That's a lot. That's one per district. And there have been 3 or 4 in some districts and none in others. That is of concern to me. And so I am leaving this wonderful job that I have had for the last 12 years in the fall, and I'm going to leave it in a better shape than I found it. I really believe that our superintendent is the way of the future. And you received 3 documents. You received a new contract, and you received an evaluation, a metrics form, and an evaluation form that Dr. Cantalupo put together, which has got to take, have our spin put on it. There are all the different aspects of the evaluation itself, and then deciding on what metrics we're going to use. I hear Karen talking on and on and on about reading. It's a great predictor. It's an important aspect. Perhaps that's one of the metrics that we will use. But that's why I'm saying this is a lot of work to be done. This contract is only a part of that. And this is a negotiation. I mean, it's like playing bridge or poker. You bring something to the board, you don't have to adopt it. If we don't have the votes, guess what? We don't adopt it. Plain and simple. I mean, it's easy peasy. If you don't like the supermajority, then you vote it down. There's 5 of us. We don't have 3 votes. I can count to 3 all day long. Then we don't do it. But I will tell you that this man is the way of our future. And I know this about who I represent, is the students of this district. And the students of this district need stability in leadership. Yes, they need the adults around them to change their behaviors in some cases, sometimes maybe here on this board. But I really believe that I have great confidence that we have the right person at the helm. He's a good man. He has a great heart. He works very hard. He has done a lot of things in the time that he has been in this job. And he came to us from not having been a superintendent before and not seeing all the games that are played. Listen, everywhere I go in the state, and I'm in a lot of places in this state and talked to a lot of different organizations last week at our conference, and they shake their head when they find out I'm from Sarasota. Oh my gosh, I've watched your board meetings. I've seen the people from your county. It's just, it is what it is. So my hope is that we will get, and we can go through this and make changes to it, because that's what we do. We do this together. We don't do this. It's not me doing this. It's us as a team. Hopefully we will work as a team. I hope that with the new board coming in the fall, that you all will be a great team, something that we're not always doing as well as we should. But I want us to live up to this contract. I want to make sure that everything here reflects what we'd like to do. I think it's exciting because this is a living, breathing document. I think it's exciting, and it should be based on data. But data is an input, Karen, and what we've got to have is the outcomes for those students of what we hope they will achieve. And we've got to close that gap between our minority, our English language learners. We've got to do a lot of things in that 3rd grade component. And I think reading is a real clue of what is a very important piece. So, I've been vilified. I was vilified with Dr. Bowden and his contract. Things that I said about the public were snippets of information was taken and changed and turned on me. I'm very emotional about that because there's nothing that I do or try to do that does not for the best interest of public schools. And so I will just say that I look forward to our working this out and getting this done in any way we can. And we look at the aspects of it and go forward. But we have to look at the contract first, and then we look at the metrics and the evaluation secondly. So those are all here. Let's do it. Okay, Shirley Brown, what do you have a comment?
I do. On page 6, it says compensation. The base salary language was taken out. But when we go down to the performance pay and the annual goals, it talks about having to do this. For one, it says we must do it it says shall be completed by October 1st. And we're having a problem, I think, with the scores coming back by October 1st, although language was added that any failure by the board to commence it shall not be deemed a waiver of the superintendent's right to it. I'm just not sure that we might need to clean that up a little. And then the other thing, any performance pay received will not become a part of the superintendent's base salary. I think when we take the language away in item 6 for it says compensation instead of base pay. I think we need to keep that base pay in there so we know that the performance pay is a bonus and it is separate. And I just wondered about the date, that it should be completed by October 1st, only because the October 1st thing is there. We're getting an answer on something, okay?
I'm stuck. If you look at you're looking at paragraph 6 on page 3?
Yes.
Okay, the base salary term is still in there. It's red. It was just defined and capitalized, but it's still in there.
Oh, I thought, okay, so per year base salary, so the red isn't meaning it's taken out, it is in there?
Yeah.
Okay, then never mind.
Okay.
But I think I will go back to the language. If there is a problem, you can terminate by mutual agreement, and I would think a superintendent would come forward by mutual agreement if, in fact, his board was voting him down 3-2 on several new business items or several items he brings forward. I think he would want to, at that point, walk away. There's reason termination for cause that the
Tell us where
superintendent.
you are, please, don't just go
Well,
through.
all right, that's page 8G, the termination for cause. You can terminate a superintendent for cause. You can by mutual agreement, you would terminate, that's on page 7. I believe that the supermajority for termination without cause needs that 4-1. We saw what happened in Manatee County after that election, where the first board meeting they had after the election, they terminated the commissioner, who was it, the administrator. That causes a problem, in my belief. And you can talk about politics all you want, but the reality of the world is sometimes that becomes an issue in a campaign. And I think that we need to take the politics out of it by having this 4-1 so that it doesn't become a campaign issue.
Well, I think you're on the losing end of this one.
Well, whatever.
With me. I think we're on the losing end because from what I see, everybody doesn't like that, so.
Well, I just, we saw in Manatee County Commission what a problem that became. There is a reason it's here,
I agree.
but
Is that it?
well, I'm sorry you kind of burst in and I thought you meant to shut up. I mean, I still think there's a good reason for it, and you can say we don't want politics in here, but I think it takes the politics out of it, because again, if a superintendent is not working well with his board and finds he's getting voted down 2-3 in a lot of issues that he's bringing forward, I think he will resign. Or the board will let him know that they want him to resign.
Well, if I can just say, I appreciate everybody's thoughts on that particular issue, the 4-1 majority vote. I appreciate everybody's thoughts on that. And I do appreciate my labor attorney who brought that up for different reasons as well. But I think, like I said before, the last thing I want to do is cause any problems or cause any rift. And I understand why my attorney put that in there, but I have no problem taking that out and just having the 3-2.
Yeah, well, it isn't even all about you. It's about what should be in a superintendent's contract. It isn't about you. It's more than that.
All right. Well, I just wanted everybody to know that I'm good with taking that out. I don't want to cause any problems at all in that sense.
Well, I agree. I think there's a,
The other thing that I did want to say is in the old contract, we had a clause about, now I turned the page on it and it's gone, about renewal options. It doesn't talk about that a year before the contract ends, we should renew it.
This one, it rolls over.
It rolls it.
It rolls over. So you're ending up in the same place, I think.
Well, what this one did is said before the time ends, that, a year before the contract ends, that you look at it so that, the end of the year doesn't come.
Yeah, because the way I read this is there is an actual hard stop to it. And so if we added a provision that the board need to reevaluate and make a decision at the end of the 2024, is it 2024, 25? And again, I think going to where I started, and I agree with where Mr. Edwards said, I think the continuity piece is key because you understand destabilizing the head position can be destabilizing to the organization, which can be undermining to the goal. So I agree. So I think the approach of not just good governance and focusing on, we understand the importance of stability, couldn't put those in there. I don't know if you want to do 30-day or 60-day notice or something of that sort. I think, and I don't want to harp on the 4-1 anymore because I think, but again, with the focus of continuity and empowering people to do a good job, not being, you're staying because we can't let you go kind of thing. It just, the mindset is not really, I think, in the best interest of the organization. I agree with, again, Mr. Edwards on the dashboard. And for a different time, I was just reading something. Board Docs does something exactly with what you were talking about, where they are able, you put metrics in, you can tie it to your strategic plan, and it can be very specified to the individual board member. I also know that our team is incredibly talented, Dr. Cantalupo and your team, but that is out there. Not that I'm just putting that out there as far as because I know that they have a specified solution to that. Because I don't want to fall into the trap where we were before. It does have very time certain responsibilities of the board, whoever may be in here. So I think those may need to be very explicitly listed out. And then I do agree if we can add a provision that a year at the termination of this contract, if I recall, it was formerly the board can decide to extend or
it has to be done by this June. So this current contract states that it has to be done before the end of the second year, before going into the third year. We could put that back in, could we not?
Well, in the old contract, it was on page 2,
Yes.
section 4, renewal option.
Yep.
essentially kind of, and it's not a guarantee, and it may actually be a moot point, so I'm curious what your opinion is, Mr. McKinley, because essentially it is that board, that year, at the conclusion of that contract, has to make a decision either to evaluate and continue, extend the contract, do nothing, and then you kind of have this realization that you're going to have to start looking for a new superintendent because it's not guaranteed. So again, the whole goal is to maintain the stability of the organization when you're talking about the leadership position. So at least having that in there doesn't require them to, they don't have to do anything, but once that doesn't happen, it's pretty much a signal to whatever the superintendent or also the community and the district that new leadership may be coming. So I just think that might be good to add it in unless there's.
You lost me. What it presently says is if we do nothing between now and, assuming a contract is approved, of course, if we do nothing between now and June 30th of '25, the contract period ends. So are you suggesting then that we say 6 months before June 30th of '25 or a year before June 30th of '25, that we have sort of a drop dead date in the contract where the board has to fish or cut bait vis-à-vis the superintendent? Is that what you're getting at?
That's the way.
Yeah, it's the renewal option that's in there right now. It's two, it's on page 2, and it's item 4 of the old contract. Do you have that?
Yeah, I mean, we could, so basically then, what you're suggesting is we take this type of language here in the old contract, the renewal option. I'm on, renewal option, and put that in, but start it on this date, the 24th.
Right.
During that time, the board has to fish or cut bait.
Right, yeah, so that we don't get to, or the future board doesn't get to April of 2025 and say, oh my goodness, we have to make a decision. And, and then, I think we need to know a year ahead of time where we're going.
And they don't have to, but again, and the superintendent at that time can start to look at other positions. It's just, again, it's more of a balancing act. There is not a force of action, but it is per the contract that if action is not taken, you are suspending any kind of continuity. And so I like that provision being in there because it's like a notice as to the stability as far as that leadership position or what action or not has to be taken.
Anything else about that?
The last two, I also agree with the gas piece. What I wrote down in my notes, and I just don't have the prior one with me, so I don't know if we had a $400 monthly.
Had a 5 and a 400. A 5 was for gas and a 400 for other expenses.
So yeah, that was the first thing I thought of. If we're all feeling the pinch. So I don't know if it's an adjustment or a removal. Obviously, that's an element of compensation. And then I just want to make sure for 6A, we properly just tighten that language up, whether it be not to exceed the percentage granted to the instructional bargaining unit. I don't know if that's really where we want to, if that's the intent or.
I think that would be good.
Okay. So then it gives us grace, so it's just not to exceed, so we can evaluate it accordingly. Do you see what I'm saying? 6A on page 3?
Yes.
Mr. McKinley?
Actually, I was going to ask for a pass on that one because I thought the original language worked.
Oh,
The average percentage and the,
Mike?
yeah. The average percentage and the 3%, whichever is less.
What?
The
Old language.
the old language, okay. And then,
Well, we were trying to get away from percentages too, rather than putting it in here, because we're looking at not percentages, but dollar amounts.
well, I believe the intention of this provision is sort of a cost of living amount. It's 3% at the most.
I think, and you're right, Ms. Brown, we're trying to get away from percentages, and as Ms. Ziegler said, we're working on the administrative salary increases, and maybe it should just say, whatever the other administrators receive, that's what the superintendent receives, because we haven't created it yet. We don't know what that's going to be, but I know that it definitely is not going to exceed the instructional contract, and up until now, it's always been the administrators had the same percentage as the instructional. That's why it's written.
Yeah, so maybe instead of saying instructional bargaining unit, we should say other administrators?
Administrators.
We kind of are there. I'd already made that note. So that's what I have.
What is it?
We're going with the administrative raise.
Okay.
And then we've got performance pay down in item C, which we will look at segmenting that, and that's the 15,000 for whatever we choose to do with those aspects.
And that's a bonus, a performance pay. It doesn't go to the
Yes,
base
yes,
salary.
ma'am.
Bridget mentioned the perhaps the increase in the gas, and because I think it was 500 for gas, 400 for business expenses, and so you combined them to 900. you know, I would say gas prices went up, we'd go to 1,000, or I don't know. How are those expenses? Because you haven't really had too many of those expenses because of COVID, that you've had to go to the chamber
Right.
lunches and all of that, so I don't know.
If you notice, it wasn't changed. It's 900. It wasn't changed. It was a suggestion by my attorney off to the right there to take a look at that. You know, gas prices is a temporary thing. It probably is, you know, so to make a decision on a 3-year contract, knowing that something might be temporary, probably isn't a good idea. But I wonder too if it's better to keep it separated for transparency purposes, so everybody can see that 500 is for one thing and 400 is for the other, instead of just combining it to the 900. So not asking for an increase, but possibly separate it out just for transparency purposes like it used to be.
Okay,
The
and I would
suggestion of
think
there
that
was-
if a change needs to be made, that you could keep track of what those costs are and come back with it. Okay. So that's going to be changed back to 500 and 400?
Yes. Mr. Edwards?
I appreciate the board working together to get to the finalization of this, because I would like to get to a place where we can, with 100% transparency, get it on the agenda for vote, so we can get on to more other discussions that are related to outcomes. But having said that, I want everyone to know that when I gave my comments, there was nothing political in what I said. That's number one. Number two, Mrs. Rose implied that, I think she implied, at least that's how I heard it, that we don't have a plan for reading scores. I think that's embedded within the strategic plan. And to me, we don't have to have an evaluation piece connected to the contract, because when the results come out and they're not what we want them to be, then we go to a different conversation, which is unspoken. I think we know what we do with those results if we're not satisfied. So we would have a conversation about them that would either lead to what's your plan for improvement, or maybe this isn't a good fit for you. I mean, it's not a whole lot once the results come out. And it leaves the board the opportunity to have those conversations. And I do appreciate the clause that you just talked about in terms of making sure that there's a time-sensitive place that the board has to be responsible to, I guess the term is fish or cut bait. So I'm in favor of that.
Are we looking at bringing this at the next board meeting and getting copies to us? I don't know that we need to have another workshop, or,
We're looking to get it approved at the next board meeting.
okay, all right.
So we have to turn this around pretty quickly and get it out there.
So can we, I don't know how we could, if we make the changes and all of us speak to the superintendent one-on-one, that it's a thumbs up, thumbs down. I think we're pretty close. And then I don't know how our assistant can get it to where the public can see it for the appropriate amount of time, because I don't, and then we can. I'm looking forward to getting it voted on at the next board meeting.
Well, it's required according to the contract that's in existence right now that we do make this decision by the end of June.
And I'll defer to my, the majority on the board on the other issue that I brought up on the 4-1. In case there's any confusion on that to our attorney.
Karen Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My sole goal is to objectify this contract. I would be very uncomfortable and don't ever want to put employees in the position of who likes who and who likes who more or such. I don't think this should be personalized. I think the most comfortable process for any evaluation or contract is objectivity. And speaking of input and output, I believe that there would be consensus among our community, and has been, that an A school district, falls into that category. And when we talk about evaluation results, objectifying them, and some part of that being data-based, and we are looking at, and this is an inquiry coming from me, we're looking at a 3-year contract, and there's been dialogue relative to if those performance results relative to state assessment were to drop dramatically, that there would be a predictable conversation. I would like feedback from legal counsel on 2 components. One, and I don't expect it, but I think it needs to be transparent and talked about, if performance was not up to standard on the Florida State assessment, and there was a concern relative to that, would there be an obligation for a 3-year payout of the contract in this proposal? That's one question. And then, because that has been brought up in this conversation, so I think it begs an answer. And secondly, are you aware, are there any CEO contracts? Because I think a CEO contract is different than an administrator or teacher. Are there any CEO contracts that have a minimum performance standard clause in them? For example, in a school district that has been an A since inception, perhaps a C or such. So 2 questions, if you could provide input, please.
Well, it's my understanding that the statute
Microphone, please.
limits the terminal pay to 5 months,
It does.
come what may. 20 weeks. Yeah, so that's fixed and given. So paying, so paying somebody out for 2 years or something like that is not in our future.
Okay.
Based on the statute. As to strict, fixed and given performance standards, yes, that could be crafted. I don't have a lot of experience outside of school districts. I have some experience inside school districts. And I think maybe the best example is to look at our experience with COVID. You can oftentimes hurt yourself, tie your hands by being too fixed on certain things and certain goals. Things change. It's the way I would describe it is that it's the responsibility of the board as a group to make its evaluation of the performance of the superintendent in light of all the facts and circumstances. If we had come up with very strict performance standards pre-COVID, they would have been useless. They would have been irrelevant to our experience. So from my perspective as the scribe, I felt like the evaluative piece was included within the performance pay. That's a chance for the board to give an objective and tangible message to the superintendent of their assessment of his performance. So those are my answers.
Thank you.
Well, another assessment of his performance would be able to fire him without cause, if you could call dropping the thing without cause on a 3-2 vote. And then I think there'd be a 20-week payout.
Yeah, that's also an evaluative process. Yeah.
I think so. Shirley, did you have other things you wanted to add? So, after discussing the contract, are we in a good place on that? And
We're almost in a good place.
yeah, okay.
I still need guidance on the retirement benefit of 19.5 versus 34.
That's right.
34,050. That's just a question of putting the right number in.
Can you tell me page?
Well, yeah, let's see here. If you look at the new version, starting there, paragraph D on page 4, deferred benefit.
Page 4D, 6D.
Which is actually, it's 6D on 4. Right? Deferred benefits.
And what was it before?
This works out to 34,000 and some odd dollars, the 15%. And the previous contract called for a fixed amount of $19,500.
And why are we increasing it?
It was just in the form, and I left it that way so that it would be a placeholder to remind you to think about it. You don't need to make a decision today. I could leave it blank.
I wasn't thrilled with the deferred compensation of the, that was in there before. And I'm not thrilled about increasing it. So I think we do need to talk about it. What was the reason
It was
for?
20,000, or close to 20,000. 19.4 versus the 34,000 that now it is. I think in some cases that I have reviewed, and I've reviewed a lot of contracts in the past, that was around 20 for a lot of, are you familiar with that?
I have no investment in the different numbers. I put it in there as a placeholder, believe me.
If I may, what I could say is, and I think Mitzi told me that before. Mitzi,
Mitzi's
our
the
financial
first to
person.
tell us something now.
The 19.5 in the original contract was the maximum allowed by the IRS. And so it might be, and so what she is saying that is, it might be good to just have the language equal to the maximum allowed by the IRS rather than have a certain amount on there that could possibly change if you'd rather do that.
Do you happen to know what it is right now? Well, that's so reasonable.
So it went up 1,000. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mitzi.
So we're just going to say maximum amount allowed by the IRS.
Maximum, okay.
Karen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to make note of my input on the gas compensation piece, and I do support it. I too do not take file any reimbursement for gas. However, when I look at the superintendent, I believe that one of the most important places for any superintendent to be is out in our schools. So I do want to promote that, particularly with those increasing costs. I on the advocacy side of increasing that compensation accordingly. I want to promote a superintendent's presence in our schools, in our classrooms, in our parent and partner community events to optimal capacity.
So would you go for 600 gas and 400 business? So we would increase it by $100, or?
I would
are
look
you-
for the superintendent's input in that he's putting the gas in the vehicle.
So so how do we, what if we left it like it is? And if there's, for some reason, it's just really, we get started next year and it's just really out of control and I
It's
come back and I
$10 a
say,
gallon.
my goodness. And then we can talk about it again. How about that?
Fine, so we're going to leave it at specifically 500 for gas and 400 for incidental expenses for a total of 900. Okay, do we want to look through this contract one more time and go page by page and see if we all are together on this? And if Mr. McKinley has any questions, starting with page 1, anything on page 1?
A renewal option added.
I've got that. Got that one in paragraph 2.
Anything else?
On page 1? No.
Okay, page 2.
I see no changes. Or
Page 3.
I'm sorry, I do just have clarity. The 4, I don't want to nitpick, but it is a contract. So on page 2.4, there was an added aspect, and I want to keep this positive because we're moving in a positive direction, everyone. So please bear with me. But the inclusion of the what was it taken during? So superintendent accepts express authorization by majority vote. What was that? Individual board members have no authority to take action or direct the superintendent, which, yes, is true, and I guess you can keep that recertified in there. to express authorization by majority vote of the board taken during duly constituted public meeting. To the extent the superintendent has any concerns or complaints involving any individual board members, the superintendent shall report the same to the board chair and board council, after which the board shall review and address, if necessary, any such concerns or complaints. So is this something we've had in other districts? I'm curious. I want to make sure it doesn't go sideways. I can see the value of it because then it allows, as board members, we can't talk to each other, and you don't want to be left out in the dark if a superintendent's being unfairly treated by a board member or bullied, or you know what I mean. So I don't see that as a bad thing. I just wanted to. I just had no context to it. So.
Madam Chair, this came from the superintendent's attorney, but being a creative person, the horrible that I imagined, or one of the horribles that I imagined, would be a board member who refuses to refrain from getting involved with hotly contested, litigated individual personnel matters, which is like worse than poison. It's like plutonium for a board member to do that, So that's got to be addressed. That kind of behavior has to be addressed. It's just it's hard to exaggerate how bad that would be.
No, it's catastrophic to the organization.
yeah,
That makes sense.
exactly.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine with it. I just wanted to, okay. Just,
But that was a meaning that I opposed on
This
that.
is the reason why we need to look at this, is because we need to make sure we all are in agreement that this is the way we're going forward, because it is a living, breathing document, and it is for everyone's benefit. Okay, page 3. Compensation.
So
Pay increase language.
to review, we're going to use the administrative salaries and just say that's our guideline.
I'm sorry, I just want some grace in that one. I don't want it to necessarily be exactly, I'm sorry. Just in general, I think whether it's not to exceed administrative salaries or pay increases, I think that there are differences. I do appreciate, and Dr. Espin, I think that's important that, because we've seen the negative impact of separating the superintendent's compensation, but there are certain levers that from the leader of the organization that I think may be prudent to have, if so desired, the board has that ability to separate and do a different thing. So
I agree not to exceed sounds better.
Okay. I just don't want it to necessarily have to mirror. And I'm not saying these are not, and I'm not coming at it from a negative way. I just think we don't know what the best avenue is to do. As you mentioned, you're going to be looking at that. So I just don't know what that outcome looks like. So I would hate to just tie it solely to that. So.
Well, not to, if you're saying not to exceed administrative increase for, other administrators increase, I don't want to make more.
Right. I think that sets a
so
good tone. Okay. But it's not exclusively mirroring.
No, yeah.
Okay. Is that agreeable?
So the first year commencing July 1, 2022, the superintendent shall receive a pay increase
Not to exceed.
not to exceed administrative increases within the district, not bargaining, has nothing to do with instructional bargaining, correct?
Pay increase not to exceed the average percentage increase granted to the school district administrative.
We're not doing percentages. Why are you putting percentages back in there?
I didn't say it percentages.
Yes, you just,
I'm sorry.
Sarasota,
No, not to exceed the average percentage. So like, I would think you,
just say the average administrative increase.
okay.
How's that? Then you get away from the word percentage, right?
Right. I'm looking for validation from Mitzi. Is that a knowable amount, the average administrative increase?
I don't think the
all
word
right.
average. I
Thank
don't
you
think
for
the word. I don't think the word average should be in there because we have so many different kinds of administrators. So I mean, if we're talking about district level administrator, which administrators are we talking about?
District level
Because we have
administrator.
contingency.
I know. How about the cabinet? No average, no percentage in there, but just not to exceed
Whatever's just,
cabinet level administrative positions?
Yeah.
How about that?
okay.
Is that okay with you,
works.
Mr. McKinley?
Look at Karen.
We want to get through this. You don't want me to have to explain we can't agree to agree. We don't need to
Well,
have that conversation.
I know, but these are-
So I'm trying to write it in a way so that it's clear and legally enforceable. and there's not a lot of wiggle room. This is the cost of living, after all. You know, if you want to twist arms, look at 6C.
Got it. Okay, Dan,
So, will this pay increase that we give to our administrators is more than just cost of living, I think
Yes.
and what we give them. I mean, we're also giving him a bonus on the other end, but what we give to our increase to the administrators is not simply a cost of living increase. Although probably going forward, it'll probably be less than cost of living increase.
Sometimes it's lower.
So, but perhaps you could talk with Mitzi on that too.
so we have that as pay increase based on not to exceed the cabinet level administrative increases. Then we have the supplemental salary, which is the $900, which we're separating out into $500 and $400 respectively again. And then we go to performance pay, which is based on something else, which is the $15,000. Correct?
But then it says to be completed by October 1st. And
Yes.
do we want that deadline in there?
Yes.
That was like the number
That was part of the reason why we
So
did.
we'll have the information by October 1st.
We'll have the information by August.
Okay.
And if I may, the big thing for me, if you look in the red writing at the bottom there where it says making sure that we agree on what those items are by June 30th going into the next year, I just want to make sure that, like you're saying on the dashboard, we have a date where we have that discussion. So I know what those performance items are going into the next year.
Yes.
I agree.
And they're attached we're going to be attaching.
We have them, following. We haven't even talked about those yet.
So, to note, so we'll have to conclude what those are after this for next year.
Yes.
And my only part to that, because I would like to get it ahead of the, when you think about a fiscal year, the only caveat is that couldn't it be tweaked? It was more a legal question. Those goals be tweaked, mutually agreed upon, because if those outcomes come out and we're like, wait a minute, we need to shift course on your superintendent goals.
We have to be careful how you say it. If the parties agree, then great.
Okay.
You can refine them by agreement at any time. But where you get into trouble is where you say, we want to leave it fuzzy, we'll come up with something that works. That's where controversies,
Agreed.
yeah.
Well, all right. Well, I agree that starting at June 30th.
And the ones that I gave you in your packet are ones from this past year that I created because we didn't have.
That's correct.
But whatever, and that's why I gave you 3 options to pick and choose whatever
Correct.
you want. Whatever you want to do on that is fine with me.
Yep. Okay, so we're good with this language. We'll go forward to page 4.
And if I may, the only change I have here is the IRS.
Page 4?
I am.
Okay.
IRS. The maximum amount allowed
Yes,
by
sir.
the IRS, currently
Yes, sir.
$20,500.
Anything else? Page 5. So we have a lot of pages that we agree on, right? Page 6. Page 7.
And Madam Chairman, here we do away with the supermajority language.
On page 7,
Yes, ma'am.
yes. I think that we all are in consensus that we do away with supermajority and go back to a simple majority of 3.
Thank you, board.
Everybody's happy. Everybody happy? Good. Okay. Item number, page number 8. Anything there? We've talked about renewal options, and we put that back at the very beginning of the contract,
Yeah,
correct?
That is in there, yes. Yes.
Okay, and then page number 9. And that's it. Great.
And I will endeavor to get a draft out to the appropriate,
By noon today, if possible.
well, that's going to be tough. I don't think Zena can do that. But early, how about first thing tomorrow
She is
morning?
Wonder Woman.
Yes, that's true. The warrior princess. But
That's
yeah,
right.
early tomorrow, it'll be ready to be distributed.
So now we have the superintendent's evaluation summary, which was brought to us, not at great expense, but brought to us by Dr. Cantalupo and the superintendent. What questions or what concerns do we have? We want to start with you, Shirley?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, I'm fine with the,
With the document?
with the presented.
Dr. Asplin, do you have anything to add to that document?
No, ma'am.
Okay, anyone else have a question about that document? That's good. We're making progress. Now can we move on to the strategic plan metrics? Dr. Cantalupo, did you have something to do with this? Do you need to come forward or do you need to sit in the back of the room?
She can sit in the back right now.
Bring your wand with you, right?
One thing I want to mention on this one is you see that there's 3 different options there.
Yes.
And basically what that was, as we talked through this, the first one has 15 items on there because I know that they're set aside 15,000. So it was thought that if it's met, 1,000 for each. Then the next one I think also has 15, but there's some different metrics in there from the strategic plan, which have more to do with the different FSA categories when they come out at the end of July. And the third one talks more, from a macro level, creating the strategic plan was done, maintaining the A, getting, we all worked together in the referendum that passed, working through COVID, district-wide accreditation. We did a great job with the ESC corrective actions. Those are more macro if you wanted to include any of those. So we put all those in there on all 3 of these different options to say, do you want to mix and match any of them to make 15 items, or do you want to just make 3 items worth 5,000 each, or however you want to do that? I left that up to you.
Ms. Rose, you want to start?
I'll defer.
Okay. Mr. Edwards?
I'm really fine with any one of those options that Dr. Asplin provided. To be honest with you, and as transparent as I can say this, is that any time I have an evaluation of the superintendent, I have it with him then. So coming in and providing this metrics is, I think, something that the public needs to see. But it's really just form processing for that purpose from my perspective. Because I think it's important, having had employees and having been an employer, that we have to give those folks an opportunity to have corrective action on an ongoing basis, specifically as it relates to our outcomes for our students. So if we see something that requires that type of an evaluation, I wouldn't want to wait until the end of the year and say, oh, by the way, 6 months ago, you messed up here. So I want to say that from my perspective, that's the relationship I've established with Dr. Asplin from the beginning. And this, to me, any one of those forms for the purpose of the public understanding how we measure him daily, weekly, monthly, is fine with me.
Bridget?
No, I concur. I think that any way to, good structure is to ongoing continuous improvement and discussion. So that any superintendent's not blindsided, which had me thinking of, and I don't know, it's just thought, we did this in a prior contract where it was a mid-year review requirement, but I see 2 schools of thought that I would hope that school board members would understand the professional component of their job and to do that. Do you need to have that required? That would really be a question for Dr. Aspen, if, as the superintendent, if that would be of value to have that specifically in there contractually, a mid-year review. That's one. Or continue to do these items. I think when I look at the metrics, again, using a historical standpoint does not make it the perfect one. When we look at the 15,000 in performance pay, is it up to 15,000 or is it a total if you complete all of the, I just want to clarify. So is it up to 15,000 or is it a total?
According to the contract, the board has set aside 15,000 to pay out according to the goals that were set up by June 30th the year before. So if you set them up with, and that's why we need to get together again for next year and come up with these,
Yes.
try to make these as,
Yeah, by June 30th.
by June 30th for next year, right? 'Cause
Right,
this-
so by June 30th, that's what I was saying, is that's
right.
our next step.
So I
So,
just created very objective items, but according to the contract, there's 15,000 set aside. How you split it up, how many items you choose, how you do that is up to you. And then if I don't meet any, obviously you don't pay out 15,000. If you meet 10 of the 15, it pays out 10,000. If you meet 5 of the 15, according to this, if you have 15 items, right? So if there's only 3 items, obviously, it's
Right.
paid out differently. So it's basically however you want to pay it out, knowing that there's 15,000 set aside.
okay, so I understand these are the strategic plan metrics. That's wonderful. I think the goal setting is going to be key on the performance pay and understanding these. But you don't want to do is have it so prescriptive where we have 5 board members and one person thinks this and one person, and then we go nowhere. So I think when we get to hopefully soon, I don't know if we're doing that today or when we're doing the goal setting, but again, June 30th being our deadline, including that and then just referencing this to go through, I'm fine with that. I'm fine. I just wanted to lay out the process. So this is just just an extra tool for the board?
Yeah, this one is one that you would need to just be aware of for this past year.
Yeah, got it. Okay, cool.
And then tell me which one or what 15 items or what 5 items or whatever you want to go with. If everybody says, yep, option 1 looks good, then we go with that. And we wait till the numbers come out at the end of July. That's what it is. Or option 2, that is going to have more FSA numbers on it because that one's a little bit different. If you look at 11 through 14 and option 2, those all have to do with FSA categories. And so those numbers come out at the end of July. And then you'll be able to see whether they're met or not for this past year. For the year that we just had.
Right. But aren't all of these metrics are in our strategic plan?
On the first option, yes. On the second, and so, okay, so here's what I did, Bridget. Okay, so when you look at option 1, see when you get down to like number 11, number 12, number 13? See those?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay, those are, all this is in our strategic plan. When I read those, in my mind, I'm thinking, collect baseline data, that's your first year. You have to do that for your strategic plan. We have to do that. But is that kind of wimpy to say?
I remember,
You see
yeah,
what I
now
mean?
I remember us
So
talking
then I
about
said, okay, to not be so wimpy, then I said, okay, well, look at option 2. So those numbers are going to come back from FSA that, they come back how they come back, and they are what they are, and we're striving to increase all those percentages, back to Ms. Rose's point, which I have no problem with. And if those are items that you'd rather have on there for this year, even though we didn't decide a year ago what they would be, that's the part. We're kind of deciding on the back end what they should be. And I just don't want to put in everything that I met. I want to put in everything that was important, and if I met them, great. If I didn't, then I didn't. You know what I'm saying?
I do. No, I understand. I mean, you're going to collect baseline data anyway, right?
Well, that's correct.
Yeah, I don't think you should get a bonus based on collecting the data. I would think it would be better option 2 where we've got it in there.
Yes. And then, like I said, option 3 was more of a, those are things that we did that were very important in option 3, but I didn't know if you wanted those to count in that bonus piece or not.
Well, in looking at this year, they sure count with me. Because we'd be nowhere if you hadn't done those things. We don't know about the maintaining the A yet, but the referendum passing, the strategic plan, I mean, those are huge, huge in and among themselves. District-wide accreditation, that was no small lift. I had done or been involved in just high schools doing their individual accreditation, and that's a lot of work. So for me, it's sort of a combination of 2 and 3.
So to make this, maybe, hopefully this will be a little bit easier since we're trying to get this done by June 30th. Why don't you, each of you, just highlight on any 3 of these pages the 10 or 15 things that you like the most, and then I'll try to see which ones are the same with everyone, and then make a list of the ones that
Do
everybody.
we want to do that many and have them 1,000 each?
Or just
Or
have
do
the top
3 to
5 or
5
something.
and have them appropriately?
May I?
Yes.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of goals here, and I would like to see either a focus on priority goals that will undoubtedly have an impact on the other goals. But my main question, I would like to be able to see progress throughout the year, and relative to the strategic plan of when we look at how we're going to evaluate you at the end of the year. I would, as an individual being evaluated, very much appreciate no surprises, similar to what's been connected to other arenas in the conversation today. I would like to see what kind of monitoring we can expect on what kind of time frame, so that there isn't a surprise that is personal. There isn't a surprise that is at the end of the year of data coming out and all kinds of mixes in that. If we could narrow this down to what's going to have the greatest impact, what is going to be the most important to impact the rest of it. I don't want to see our district drowning in a lot, even though these are all important and we have to move them all. A focus arena in a visible see it move connected to the strategic plan. So are there any of these components? My question boils down to, could they be looked at and expected on a progress monitoring basis?
Well, and that's a good point too, Ms. Rosen. You know, next year with the assessments, there's 3 progress monitors coming from the state. We do 3 progress monitors now anyway with IRA, and we don't know what those will look like. But I'm happy to, if we wanted to look at it 2 or 3 times during the year and show our results, which we'll do anyway at a workshop, and then base that on that. That's great too. Whichever you would like to do.
I would very much like to see that. I think there's no surprises, no personalization, and the infamous word, no politics.
No, that's
regardless of board members. And I would like to think that these items moving our district and the list of accomplishments, which are thorough, that you have completed and are in option 3, become part of your superintendent's report, so that the community as a whole, and it aligns us as a board and focused in on objective items, accomplished items, and you are, doing as a CEO should in celebrating things that occur with staff, but I think also sharing what you are doing. I would, instead of constantly referencing politics or elections or such, I would like to have a protocol of expectation in that occurs, on a regular basis, that we are objectifying a CEO position and doing it throughout the year. I think it pushes out things that seem to be articulated as challenges. Mrs. Dr. Cantalupo, are there any of these items that could occur, and how often, and is it okay to ask that question relative, what can we
So-
objectively see that is important?
So in terms of the bench, for those hard, what I call hard objectives, meaning scores coming in, we do have progress monitoring throughout the year. So trying to tie into what Mr. Edwards said earlier about some sort of timeline and scope and sequence of each of the strategic plan metrics. So we've been discussing in our shop, Joe and I and Linda Seibel, about a dashboard of how we're going to show these kind of metrics big picture. So what I'm a little bit confused about is that are you talking about monitoring it so that progress is the outcome goal? Or do you want a visual of how this is going all year, and then we have an outcome goal at the end tied to the evaluation?
I'm talking about whether it is after each of the two progress monitoring implementations from the state, that we can narrow it down to see that there's a baseline established, and that the instructional leadership and the board oversight can see things moving. I think that objectivity brings healthy conversation and pushes out things that impede us and take our focus away. So if, for example, third grade reading or lower quartile or such, to narrow it down to a focus, what can occur? I'm not talking about the whole strategic plan. I'm talking about the pieces that have been put here for an evaluation. I'm talking about taking out opinions in an evaluation or compensation, and predictability leads to security, leads to focus.
No, I understand that piece of it, but in terms of at the bottom line, at the end, and we could make those kind of graphics visible to you during the year, is the evaluation in that bottom mark, the final mark, based on the outcome or progress through the year?
The progress through the year, in my perception, has always given me predictability of what that outcome will be, and the ability for all instructional leadership to adjust and get collective healthy conversation from the board on who believes what about what program and voting on what financial support. I think it puts us collectively in a common, focused place that isn't the whole entire strategic plan that shifts over to what this whole conversation has been about today, and that is about a CEO, superintendent of an education system's predictability and security. I'm talking about a win-win-win.
I hear you. So I'm thinking what you're saying, and you can, of course, correct me, is that select these goals. Do not have to be the entire strategic plan, but select those goals that are going to be able to be progress monitored throughout
Correct.
the year.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you. That are aligned with priority goals here. It's not to alleviate the entire strategic plan, which is important and accountable and appreciated. It's to align where traditionally I have always perceived this board to have priority objective pieces that pertain to the evaluation results. I would like to have it predictable, visible, prioritized, in turn gives our agenda in workshop focus items.
So I guess the suggestion, I think, Dr. Asplin, you just made to highlight those measures that you believe are objective and that can be progress monitored. And then if you return them, we can have a discussion about what's the top, maybe 5, that you'd like to monitor. Is that a good summation? Not that we wouldn't monitor all the other strategic points that you've mentioned earlier.
Perfect. From one perception.
Tom Edwards?
So one of the things that I just want to point out here is where I'm, to use Mrs. Ziegler's words, grace. In this evaluation, I'm going to use the word, or in this document, the tool morale, Because what happens if we drive Dr. Asplin's accountability to a point of it's 100% at his feet? I want to point out that I have heard, probably hundreds of times this year from teachers who say that what you're discussing at the board level is not what's going on in our classroom. Completely different. And I go to student conduct to that particular point. And while we were up here all talking about data and FSA scores, our teachers who worked their tails off and got the same results that Dr. Asplin got from the FSA scores were demoralized, completely demoralized. And that affected, and that is the board level conversation, that was the disconnect of what was actually going on in the classroom. And so what I want to say is that what Mrs. Rose has indicated is predictability, and I would like to see a dashboard that is aligning to the predictability of the things that we're looking for, but we have to be very mindful that we could want all of those things, but there are extenuating factors that we really have to be in tune with to make sure that as we're evaluating our superintendent, we're not demoralizing our instructional staff, because that happened. Without question, that happened. And I want to make sure that that's why I'm trying to lighten the load in this. All of that dashboard is incredibly important as a business owner to understand the predictability of what the outcome is going to be, but we have to be mindful of how we view and discuss the dashboard.
And then, of course, one thing to be mindful of, this is a brand-new assessment next year. So as we're thinking
true.
of these things, it will be modified yet again, because
true.
we won't know what cut scores are. We won't know exactly. I think it's going to be reported on a T-scale, which goes from 20 to 80. So we'll have some guidance, but it'll be kind of, I think we have to be really careful until it goes through all the procedures for the following year.
That's correct. And that's why I think it's important that we're careful about what we use for this fall, because we're looking really at that, and then you'll change them drastically for the following year, because we will have the ability to do that perhaps. But, you know, what do we use for this year based on our successes from the following year? Shirley?
Yeah, I think it is important to keep in mind that, we're going to change over, because we saw what happened when we went from FCAT to FSA. All of a sudden, those passing dropped. I mean, was it because our kids all of a sudden weren't as good, or was it because how they rated the scores and things like that is something that we need to look at. I like, too, the kind of a combination of options 2 and 3, because I think, especially on 3, there's things that we need to look at. But I think option 3, number 2, maintaining a district's A rating, I don't think is good enough in and of itself. I think we ought to also look at the total points. I don't want to just squeak by with an A. I would like to see those total points increased that the school gets. And I do believe that we ought to be thinking about, the morale. What is the morale like, and what is the student conduct like, and how is that all working? But I also want to make sure that, we pass some of these things along, because too often, I think we've got very high percentage of employees that are rated highly effective. I think on the classroom level, in the district level, in the principal's level, why are we highly effective when your score dropped? I mean, I think those things need to be looked at too, and I know there's other things that are included in those evaluations and that have a point on that, but I think that we need to be looking across the board at all the evaluations to make sure that they really encapsulate what it is we're looking for when we're evaluating our employees and our superintendent.
And just as a note, that's pretty timely, because we are reviewing this year, it's on a timeline, the Pride will be reviewed, and all the growth models will be reviewed. They have to be. So that's a perfect timing for that suggestion.
Well, and it wasn't because of anything I said. It wasn't me, but it's happening. Thank you.
Bridget?
Thank you. So a couple things. I want to make sure we get this knocked out for whatever we're going to evaluate our superintendent for the 21-22 school year. But timely as it should be, we recognize we have to conclude for the 22-23 school year as far as goals. And what I hear, the combination of this conversation, I do think that having the progress monitoring, if there were 3 to 5 key indicators we identify as goals, we understand reading, third grade reading, huge indicator. Whether or not we want to focus on the lower quartile, because we can, and yes, they overlap sometimes, but if we can monitor those various benchmarks or various KPIs 2 to 3 times a year, their check-ins, I think that allows us a better conversation with our superintendent, the public, and that's the accountability for each board member as well. So that's where we find ourselves at the end. What is because to answer your question, are we looking at a final goal? I do think we should strive for a goal, whether it be, and learning gains may be our focus because we don't know what the cut scores are. I know Dr. Aspel and I talked about that. So because we know there's some unknowns, let's work with what we know we'll be able to gather, and maybe that's elevating the lower quartile to X percent, a certain threshold for third grade reading, and then making something else as far as reading gain or learning gains overall. And I don't know how you want to segment that, but maybe 5 specific items so that at the end that's quantified by the 15,000, $3,000 each. We can evaluate them, but those are our check-in points throughout the year because there may be other levers or resources that need to be done. That's where our job can assist from, I suppose. So the other items that I mean, just putting, I know from a priority standpoint, was our title, our ESE from a staffing standpoint, like HR component where we are with ESE and Title I schools. So those are the things I'd like to see as a goal because I think, though, to Mrs. Rose's point, drive a lot of the. And I just gave some random ones, but I would like to hear whatever other levers. But in my mind, I think those would be really valuable so that no one's caught off guard at the end of the year, and we're touching base in the truest fashion to get a real check-in. Equally, it's just progress monitoring for us as well. So I think that ties in nicely. I think that achieves the goal. And as if we can just identify what those are, and I know that's kind of a loaded question because there's metrics in there, and I want to be reasonable, but I want to strive for, I want to put a higher standard on that. So I think after that, if we can agree on what are those 5 things, if everyone likes that idea, that may be putting us in the right direction. I'm open to thoughts.
Karen Rose?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today I'm focusing in on the superintendent's evaluation in that we've made it a priority. And whenever I reference goals or data, I feel the need at this point to say that not meeting that data goal is never a failure. It begs and lends itself to communication and understanding, support, and the ability to pivot and revise. I think that transparency and communication are key. If I'm going to look at teacher and staff morale, I will concur that it is a issue and it remains a priority for me. And I would like to, in addition to formally requesting of the superintendent and the chair that we sooner versus later look and have the opportunity to dive deep into the data that we have in third grade. I would also like to focus a workshop on teacher and staff morale. I would like to hear from representative leaders. I know that throughout this last year, I've asked for more survey input from teachers because it is not only teachers, but we have parents, and it's not a huge number, but it's a voice that needs to be addressed where discipline needs to be talked about more, our policies, the results, and how it does impact the ability to have a positive, successful classroom. And will continue to be a strong proponent of getting more teacher input, and I would like to actually formalize that in a workshop agenda process, so it's just not random dialogue up here. It is a protocol similar to what I've talked to, my input to the superintendent and the data department, that we get more objective, and teachers and staff are doing the work that impacts every single thing that we discuss. So I would like to have more surveys from them. I would like to have more expected workshop where we have their representation, whether it's school-based or organizationally based, giving us feedback on what their priorities and their needs are. Thank you.
Shirley Brown.
Back to the superintendent's review, we have to approve something by June 30th.
Yes.
And I think in addition to those items, I think we need to put points or dollars to them. I would suggest, like, if we've got 15 items, we put $1,000 for highly effective, $500 for effective, something like that. Or we could go 3 points or 2 points and 1 point, and then say, well, if he meets the top of these, he gets 15,000. If he doesn't, I think so. Somehow we have to come up with a dollar amount on those so that. If he aces everything, it's the 15,000. If he, meets some of them, it's the 10. So that there's more ways to tie that 15,000 into this performance review, because I think that's what we're supposed to do with this performance review, is tie it to that 15,000.
Well, I'd like to see us do that as well. And I really think it would be a good idea if we kind of wrap this up and do that. I like item number 2. I don't know what some of you think. And then I think what we plan to do, Karen, along with what you said, is at the time of his evaluation in the fall, then we go ahead and put some of those key things that you were talking about in place for the following year. And we get some of those different workshops and so forth planned for the fall and into, the end of the year. I think that would be a...
What about the things on option 3? I think those are also important.
Well, I think they are too. So, I was just looking at 2 with the numbers assigned. So it's got to be between items 2 and 3, I think. But we need to try to go forward with this as quickly as we can, because we're running out of time today and for next week.
May I?
Tom is up next.
Thank you.
Tom?
So to put this into 2 buckets, we need to quickly get to something that is for how we're going to evaluate the superintendent for this school year. I am really fine with option 2. I kind of prefer option 3, because what I'm proposing is, I really did enjoy what Mrs. Ziegler said about trying to create 5 buckets so that it's not overwhelming. And so I'm just going to throw these out for quick discussions, and that's why I like option 3. But number 1 of those 5 buckets would be how well did we meet the strategic plan criteria, which would include 11 through 15, so as a subset. So bucket 1 would include subset 11 through 15, but that is bucket 1. Bucket 2, I'm not quite sure. I would need Mitzi's and Bonnie's input on this, is that I like making sure that the superintendent is responsible for the budget and that there is a budget criteria. And we had in here that the fund balance objective was 7.5%. I want to understand more how we got to the 7.5%, but we don't have to necessarily do that today. Certainly FSA scores would be one. I'm going to add, because it's on our agenda today, student outcomes. I've talked about this before, where I love that we right now measure ourselves with graduation rates, but I would like to shift that to student plans. How many are enrolled, enlisted, employed, or gap year, and because that is an objective of the strategic plan, and it is something that is so vital to what we're working on here in the district. And lastly, I just threw down the 25% quartile improvement, because that gives us 3 student outcome of the 5, one being the strategic plan and the other being fund balance. So conceptually, that's the 5 buckets, and then can we quickly adopt that in some fashion to option 3 that gets us to what we're doing for the super this year?
Okay, that's confusing to me. Karen?
I'd like to simplify things for the superintendent and have it be visible to the community, and not have it be you get so much money if you do this much. It's basically pick the 5 most important that can be visible to the community, transparency, that will have the greatest impact on the district overall, and 3 out of the 5 of those. Simplify it, prioritize it, focus it, make it transparent, and the most impactful.
And what are those?
I would look just off the cuff. I would look at 2, of course. I would look at
Talking on option 2 now.
Apologize, option 2. I would look at 2, third grade reading, greatest impact on every student's performance overall. I would look at 3, the lower quartile, which has been a challenge. And I would look at 5, in total agreement that we have to have a staff that is, quite frankly, happy and has the ability to feel they can be successful, and look to what, increasing. I look at 5 things: majority. Bonus is there. It gives some flexibility in that the data isn't hardcore considered a failure. Everything is a goal. I mean, data should not be you don't make it, it's a failure. It's a goal that should have flexibility in how we move. And as legal counsel brought in COVID, there are a variety of things. So I would look at 5 goals that have the biggest impact, and 3 out of 5 of those is a bonus.
So you're looking at 2, 3, and 5.
And for input from others as well, as what is the highest priority, the greatest impact, gives the superintendent and his staff some flexibility on how you pivot, navigate throughout the year, gives transparency to the public, has the highest probability that we make gains. Yeah,
Okay. Shirley Brown?
We're getting there.
I like the option 3, those items 1 through 6, except maybe changing 2 to actually increase the total points, maintain the A and increase total points, and add 11 to 15. But when you go to page 2, I agree with what Ms. Rose said, is item 2. I take item 2, 3, 4, and whether we wanted 5 or 8, maintaining the fund balance or increasing staff retention. I think if we can put the 15 in there, it's easy. There's 15,000, there's 15 points, 1,000 at, per point, or I don't know if are we doing highly effective or did not meet? Meet did not meet. Well, then it would be.
My understanding of the way it was set up is this isn't part of the evaluation, correct? This one piece?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're saying use option 2 and 1,000 each.
Well, not all of option 2, because I really like what's in option 3. I would take those 6 and subtract 6 from option 2. Because 1 is create a strategic plan, and that's already on the back.
Yep.
And
Maintain District A with higher points increase, correct?
Right. I'd like to see that added to the list and successfully pass the referendum. Do we want that added or not? Successfully navigate school district operations during COVID. The district accreditation. I mean, I think those, or maybe those could be bonus points or something that we would look at. because 1 and 1 is the same on 3 and 2.
Yes, yes.
And, then do we want to take some of those off? Do we want to combine them into one? Or there's others on item 2 that we want to take off on option 2?
Okay. Bridget?
So I think we're getting closer. And then sometimes I feel like we're getting, and then it's either confusing me, and that could be my own fault here. But a lot of these items that are from the performance pay, in my personal opinion, are ones that I think would be more subjective and included on your evaluation from just operationally, and they're big achievements, so not to be diminished, especially the challenges of COVID and the referendum passing. The other part that's challenging is we're delaying till October for the purpose of academic outcomes. So when I think from a performance pay, that's one piece, and I would personally liked the direction we were going as narrowing on and something we could also look at for the following year, but on those key items that make a big difference on the academics, so lower quartile, third grade reading. And so in order for us to evaluate and provide a performance pay in October for this past year, that's where we're doing. That's what we need to do now. I think I would like to see either the combination is very similar, but what both Mr. Edwards and Mrs. Rose said is, those are more the academic aspects and compensate accordingly. I think these
Spell it out specifically.
So no, what I wrote down. So I think all the combination between the three of us. I know we've all said lower quartile being a focus, third grade reading, and then
2 and 3 on option 2.
Right. No, we're all a lot of us. We're saying what I'm saying.
2, 3, and 5.
2, 3, and 5, and then whether or not we want to add, we want to keep it at 3. Or add 2 more. I do like the idea, and maybe this is, unless we want to roll this into the following year's goals, to Mr. Edwards' point about the outcomes, the student plans, because I think that's a different take on things that I'd be very eager to. I just don't know if we can accurately get all that information, but I think it's interesting. So I think for October's evaluation for this past year, I would, at least multiple of us said, those 3 items, that we make that 3,000 each. Wait, yes. 5,000 each.
5,000 each.
Yeah, 5,000 each, and
Yep,
that.
3.
But now it's the increasing is the percentage, and what we have here. So it's the 68 to 69. So we're utilizing those metrics, and that's done. So then we would be done with the performance pay for this past year, right? Does that sound? Are we talking about the same things? I feel like
So we're saying on option 2, we would go with 2, 3, and 4 with the specific increases as stated there. And then in October, we will have a new performance option for the following year.
So 2, 3, and 5.
Yes.
Wait,
5
please,
is
please,
in
I think we're
staff
confused. I'm so
ratio.
sorry. Let me just, we're fine. But we are doing this, these items are to quantify when we evaluate in October for this past academic year.
Correct.
Period, end of sentence.
And
Next
those would be 5,000 each.
Correct. Next, then, before June 30th of this year, we are identifying the goals that we would be evaluating the superintendent on for the following year. I just want to make sure that's clear because I think they're starting to get convoluted.
Yes, they are.
Okay. Exactly right. Okay, so if we can narrow down what we're identifying, and I think I'm hearing everyone say very much the same, at least having the priorities of those items, that would be the performance pay for the 21-22 school year and evaluated and compensated in October pursuant to the new pending contract. Is that an agreement? I don't want to misunderstand anyone. Okay. Yes, no. And then if that is agreeable, because the metrics are already identified, and then closing that portion and then move to, if we're doing that today, evaluate what we're doing for the upcoming year for his goals.
Are you saying we aren't going to use 11 to 15, those other increasing language arts for everyone, and the mathematics proficiency and science? We aren't looking at any of those. We're only looking at the third grade in the lowest quartile?
I'm saying what I've heard from a performance-based pay, like this, for the performance pay, that it would be the 3 versus all 15.
2, 3, and 5 at $5,000 each.
Yes.
Surely, this
And
what we would
$5,000
evaluate
is-
him on in October.
And $5,000, number 5 is increasing staff retention rate by 5%. I'm I'm not,
Okay, two and three.
I don't know why that is so much
agreed
more important than increasing math scores and.
You don't have staff, you don't have math scores.
All right, so 2 and 3 for sure sounds like everyone agrees on that one, all right? So we need to find one more.
2 and 3 are there for this year. So what else do we want to put in from
Emphasis.
option 2 for this year?
I like 11 to 15 in.
So if I may, I agree too with Shirley in that when those numbers all come out, increased math proficiency, increased science proficiency, increased language arts, learning gains, and so forth, proficiency. Those are numbers that you're going to want to see. We all want to see all those go up, because if they go up, then our total number goes up, and then we keep our A, and those are the ones that, everything, that comes into play with English, language arts, and mathematics will be right there. The story will be written when it comes out in July, and that's going to determine our district grade and everything else. So they're pretty important. The question is, do you want to separate them out like that, which I think you would, because then it's objective and you can see what those categories are, or do you wrap the whole FSA, all the FSA scores into one that says, okay, well, here was our final score, and here was our final grade, and then base it on that as one item instead of 5 or 6 different items within the FSA score. I don't know. I think it's important to separate them out so everybody can see how we did. Although I'm sure we'll show everybody, and we'll have a workshop on that anyway. But
I agree with 2, 3, 5, 11 through 15.
I think 2, 3, 4, and 11 to 15. It's definitely in there, but there might be some of those other ones that are, like increasing the staff ratio, I think is a good idea. And I think some of those other things that we need to be talking about, well, the fund balance, I mean, he did it. I mean, do we normally?
Let's just
Is that
do
something
option
we should be
2.
loping
Let's
at?
just, we're going to get to $8
$1,000 each.
55 here per item.
Right.
That ain't going to work.
Option
So let's
2.
can we just all agree option 2? And
Option
then in
2.
the fall, we'll make a different decision for next year when we have
No.
progress
We have to
monitoring.
do that before June 30th. That's what I was saying. And this is a testament as to why we have to do it when the contract says, so not in
We have to
arrears.
do it, but,
Option 2 it is.
option 2 it is. How's that?
sounds good.
What do you think? Did we do it?
That sounds good. And then in the next week and a half, maybe during one-on-ones, if you're thinking about next year's items, you can just throw those to me, and I'll see if I can make another list for next year, and we can be talking about that in July, I guess.
Have to
By
do
the
it
end of
June
30th.
21st.
Supposed to have
It's-
it by the end of.
By the end of June.
So this is
June
it.
30th.
So this is it.
Yes, this is it for this year. And then like Bridget was
For
saying,
next year.
for next year, we're supposed to, according to the contract, by June 30th, create this a different list for next
2
year.
weeks.
That's why I'm trying
is
to
gonna be
reiterate this a
difficult.
lot, that I want to make sure that's understood. I think, so
So that's why I was saying,
be prepared to vote on it on the 21st with the contract, because so that we are on schedule.
well, I think if we all, maybe if we all agree that that's almost going to be impossible for next year's. So if you want to give me next year's goals that you think should be on this list, and I can put that together, then maybe you can vote on it in July, and it just didn't make it by the 30th, but at least it's close.
Well, can we go with this list? And if we're in agreement on this list, why don't we enter into 22, 23 with this list as it stands right now? I do want to reinforce to have a visible data points throughout the year, so no surprises, no infamous politics word, no new people, and that data is information, not necessarily failure. I think we could put our focus in a healthy place.
I think the only reason we wouldn't just continue this list, Ms. Rosa, remember FSA goes away this year. So next year we won't have the FSA. So like 11 through 15, we won't have that data. Because
In
it'll
that
be a
form.
So we
different
can
assessment.
take
We don't
it
know what
off.
it's going to look like.
We could take 11 through 15 back off again if we're not going to have the data.
So then 11 through 15, we'll have it for this year. But then 11 through 15, we just need to modify for the new assessment, whatever that's going to look like.
Okay.
And I think that's what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah,
So let's just take those off for next year at this time, and then
right.
you can always
Perfect.
modify it later, but leave that as the plan for next year. Is that good? Everybody want to take a stretch break?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I think we need a stretch break, and then we'll get started. I appreciate the patience of all of you sitting in the audience. Thank you for your patience.
I'm not sure why they have.
Yes, thank you all.
This door looks like it's gonna lock. Let's close it.
First up, we have an overview of strategic goal number 5. Strategic leader, Jody Dumas, for 10 minutes or less. Thank you all for being patient with us this morning. Appreciate it. Turn this over to Jody.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Sitting before you this morning is your Goal 5 strategic plan team. And so Bonnie, Penner, and I are going to kick it off very quickly, and I'm going to turn it over to our strategy leads. We're going to do a very quick overview, and if there are any additional questions, certainly reach out to either myself, Bonnie, or one of the strategy leads if we don't cover it today. So with that, if we could kind of pop up the presentation, that would be wonderful. And Bonnie Miss Penner will kick it off for us.
While we're doing that, I'll go ahead and get us started. So our goal 5 is to operate efficiently and effectively through fiscal stewardship. We have 4 strategies for this goal. First of all, you know now Mr. Dumas and I, as well as Mitzi, on her way out, sort of gently moving out of this, and me moving in. We are the leads on this. We have 4 strategies with the leads. Strategy 1, Krista Kurtner and Tamika Hannon. Strategy 2, Tracy Brizendine and Sarah Dan. Strategy 3, and here's where you're going to start to see some of our challenges. Dawn Hampton, and we have Trip Jennings coming in for a vacant BJ grant as he has left the system. Strategy 4, we have Joe Benswanger and Charlotte Price, who is also new to this team. So you can see just sitting up here, we've got 3 new folks with our goal. Okay, so our goal description, I'm going to read this because it does have a lot of very important phrasing to it. So goal 5 is focused on ensuring that we operate as efficiently and effectively as possible to optimize resources for supporting high-stake or high-quality instruction to impact student achievement, and to sustain public trust and confidence in the school district through exercising sound financial practices and effective stewardship of funds. So the next are outcome metrics. We have 3 metrics that are going to help determine whether we are reaching the outcomes we are looking for. So as discussed earlier in part of the discussion on the superintendent's contract, one of our metrics is for our financial condition ratio. This is a very well-established metrics throughout the state. The Department of Education uses this to determine if we're in trouble. It's set through statute. So this is a great metric to have that a lot of folks are used to looking at, and it really summarizes the overall health of the organization. Metric 2 is the percentage of operational KPIs meeting targets. And at this point, it's a group of KPIs that are under development. You probably have this booklet that Mr. Dumas and his department have created. This is kind of step 1 in getting us here, because we'll be adding lots of departments and other metrics, other KPIs to this, so that this second metric, which will be a conglomerate of a lot of different metrics, will be summarized there, and then we'll be able to use that as our metric number 2. Again, it's under development because it's going to be a large group of other KPIs. Metric 3 is the percentage of operational budget to total budget. We're really working to make sure that this is a meaningful measure. We are having lots of discussions on what this needs to look like, and we're going to be incorporating this into the budget process as we move forward, so that we can sort of have a starting point and know that we're going where we want to go with that measure. So I'm going to skip over. Yeah, you've got it figured out. and go straight to the heat map so that we can just look at our strategies and see where we think we are. So the first strategy to maximize the efficiency of our operations, you can see we have this labeled as yellow or colored yellow. It's more so because there are so many different pieces to this metric that, it could be easy for any one of them to slip. We do think that we are on track and we are making progress. However, again, this is a very heavy lift, this particular strategy. The second is to provide intentional development for operational employees. Again, this is on track. We're looking to hire somebody in a key position, and this is going to be very dependent on the quality of this person, how good of an employee we can get, how strong a candidate for this position. The next is to focus on environmental sustainability with lots of very interesting directions here. This strategy also is on track. So despite losing one of the leads that was very key to this project, this team was had already made great strides into meeting this strategy. So again, we've got that one labeled as green. The final strategy is to create a district-wide customer service culture. Now we've got that this one needs attention simply because we've got a lot to do to get there. We're a little bit delayed. We lost a strategy lead as well for this, and we have identified the need to hire an implementation manager, and I believe that is posted. And we are looking at software, some programs that can help us with the implementation of that. But that's still a lot to do to get us there, which is why we have it labeled as an orange that needs attention. So I'll turn it over. I'm trying fast.
All right. So thank you, Bonnie. So I'll just focus on just a couple of our kind of overall key accomplishments. Again, some of the strategy leads will reflect on these a little bit more. But one of the things I just wanted to point out is obviously the KPIs that are in the operational report. As Bonnie pointed out, we will continue. That's a growing document. We're going to be working on that in September for the conclusion of this fiscal year. We're going to be bringing on more departments like purchasing and IT so that Dr. Asplin has one place to look at all of the departments that have key operational metrics to assess performance. And again, those will all sum up into that North Star metric where we say, okay, in facilities, we're meeting 90% of the goals. In food service, we're meeting 90% of the goals. So that's a key indicator of how all the departments are performing across the district. So for us, one of our key benchmarks will be continuing to develop this and develop that North Star metric for operation of all of our departments. I will let the strategy leads talk about many of these other accomplishments because they have been more in tune with each one of them, and I don't want to repeat since we're pressed for time today. So with that, that's our one highlight I would like to make there. Perceived challenges, and I'm not going to read through this. You guys can see what they are here. In terms of overall, what I will say is there is a lot of depth in each one of these goals, each one of these strategies, meaning that they're not easily attainable. And so, for example, one of the things that's buried in some of these strategies, one of these strategies is, we talked about evaluation systems, right? And updating evaluation systems across the district. One of the things this team is going to tackle is the classified evaluation system. That's not a one and done type of a thing. There's negotiations, there's a tool, there's implementation of that tool, there's training, there's a whole lot in there. So this strategy, this goal is buried with those types of big projects, which are key to moving the district forward. But I guess what I want to leave with the board is one of the perceived challenges I think that we all feel is that there are a lot of big items in this goal, and we're tackling those. And I think the other thing I want to mention is I've become very aware of this in the last couple of years, just pacing. We have to constantly be coming back to this document, to be honest with you, in terms of pacing. How much can we get done in the amount of time that we have? I will say across the district, whether you're a school, whether you're an operational department, whatever it might be, things have become tougher in the last couple of years, take more time. And so when we're looking at things that are on your plate in additional to running what your normal operation is, we got to pay attention to pacing, because we got wonderful teams here, but we can only get so much done and get it done correctly. One of the things we're going to talk about is this creating the customer service culture. One of the things we don't want to do is make a mistake like we have in the past, where we started down a path with a customer service culture and then we lost it because it wasn't ingrained in the culture of the district. So we want to do these large pieces. We want to do them correctly, and that's going to just require we're all talking about pacing of what we're doing here and how we're doing it. So that's really, for me, kind of overall, as Bonnie and I have talked about it, one of the biggest challenges we're going to have moving forward is that pacing piece. Bonnie already mentioned the metric updates, and so I'll leave that there. And in the interest of time, we'll move right into Strategy 1. So I'm going to turn it over to Krista and Tamika to kind of give a brief update on where we are with Strategy 1.
Good morning. My name is Krista Kurtner, and with me is Tamika Hannon, and we have been selected as the team leads of Goal 5 Strategy 1, Maximize Efficiency of Operations.
Speak up, please.
Sorry,
Closer.
is this better?
That's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is a very heavy lift. I'm sure you have looked through it, and so we've begun the process with it. But in order to make sure that we are able to wrap our arms around it completely, we are going to be applying some lean process improvement methodology to this process, which means we're going to be using a Six Sigma methodology, which is called DMAIC. And basically what we've started in that process already is D for define, and we're going to be defining the problems and obstacles, which you'll see we started. Measure, which we have been sending out surveys for that already. Analyzing the information. And then improvement, which is actually applying the solutions to the issues. And then finally control, and that's basically maintaining the information and the statistics that we have in order to keep it moving forward and to make sure that we are continually going through the process. And with that, I will turn it over to Tamika.
The key activities for Strategy 1 is creating, updating, and maintaining standard operating procedures, also known as SOPs, identifying, analyzing, and consolidating information systems and processes in a centralized location to reduce redundancies, department silos, labor, time, and effort, and going paperless, and also enhancing the zero-based budgeting procedures to include specific training to cost center heads on completion and compliance with the process. As of today, some of the key accomplishment in Strategy 1 that I'm going to review with you today is recently developing and deploying the Standard Operating Procedures Survey to district level cost center heads. We wanted to receive insight on feedback on general standard operating procedure questions to overview the department's SOPs. We wanted to know how they create them, how are they updating them and maintaining them. We also asked questions on how are the department's SOPs stored, such as are they in the binder, are they in the shared drive, are they on Teams. We wanted to know, is there a particular standard template that they use in their departments. We wanted to know if they had a departmental manual that included departmental contacts, organizational chart, step-by-step instructions for job roles, and did they have a specific employee assigned to oversee the department's SOPs. Just a couple of things we want, since we're pressed for time. Some of the other accomplishments we looked at as our continuous improvement in reducing silos and going paperless. Our Archibus upgrade, if you don't know, Archibus is the district's maintenance and custodial work order system. The upgrade will make the application more user-friendly with the new interface called Workspace that would help to reduce work order resolution times because it simplifies the submission of our work orders for our staff. P25 radios for safety and security. We implemented the use of P25 radios, which provides an upgrade to the local UHF radio system to a countrywide P25 system for every campus to establish better connectivity with emergency response teams. And then district student IDs, the implementation of district student IDs highlights the progress of reducing departmental silos because with district-wide student IDs, they work in collaboration with food and nutrition, information technology, safety and security, transportation, and with our district schools. This is an excellent example of the cross-functional technology that we would like to put in within our district. Some of the other challenges is our electronic student records, electronic employee records, and our electronic records requests, which contributes to our Go Paperless activity.
And of course, as you know, we have been working with our software vendor, financial software vendor, for our zero-based budgeting to have the strategic goals and plans, which was a very heavy lift for the budget department and the whole district. But at this point in time, all of the departments had gone through it with all of their expense requests or budget requests, and all the schools have gone through and aligned all of their positions and all of their budget as well. So we're super excited because it's actually working really well. So you're going to be seeing that in the next month. So and we'll continue to make improvements to that and to tweak that. But it's definitely been a success, and I would say everybody's learned something through it. So.
And our perceived challenges for this strategy, because it is such a heavy lift, is to just having consistency of our departments creating and updating and maintaining their standard operating procedures. The departments creating or having standard operating procedures that are non-compliant or not aligned with the district's standard operating procedures, and lack of extensive standard operating procedure training, which is kind of with our onboarding process. We can create standard operating procedures, that's great, but if we don't adequately train our employees or take the time to have them review them, how effective can they be? That are just some of the perceived challenges we see.
For us, the perceived challenges will be just as we continue to grow and have new initiatives as far as, things that our departments and schools have to accomplish to be able to make sure we're aligning them to the strategic plan. And as Bonnie had said, with our operational metric that we're trying to hold to, it's very difficult with inflation and things, which basically come in and impact all of it, because all of these operational things are in schools as well.
And our next steps are we're going to review the data that we receive back from our cost center heads, and we're going to just make sure that they have someone assigned to oversee their standard operating procedures. We're going to follow up with departments to see which SOPs may need to be updated or created. And then we're also going to assist them because some people may not know how to create standard operating procedures. We will also create and deploy department information system survey. We did have that as a major accomplishment, but we made a decision to kind of wait until we place someone in the strategic planning and specialist project lead position, because we want them to also be able to provide their feedback and their input on a survey that they will be working with, and particularly with those cost center heads.
Okay, so let's move on to strategy 2.
Good afternoon. I'm Tracy Brizendine, and I was able to work with Sarah Dan on Strategy 2, which is providing intentional development for operational employees. We all know that our employees are our number one asset. We also know that we need to make sure we're planning for our successors, as well as providing employees with the tools they need for their futures. Establishing career ladders in our departments where staff can move or even move laterally is very important. For Strategy 2, our key activities are: SOPs are developed for all departments for career ladders and succession planning. Develop or determine leadership courses for all lead staff and F&S managers.
And develop develop leadership courses for new administrators and those seeking advancement, define career ladders, and revise the classified evaluation system to provide better feedback.
So our Strategy 2 key accomplishments: language for the classified bargaining agreement has been revised and now aligns more appropriately with the different departments. The baseline has been defined for our classified operational staff advancements. We have the last 2 years' data for classified staff who took the opportunity to advance. The new training coordinator position has closed and is now in the hiring process. This position will be essential to keep this strategy on track.
Our perceived challenges. Obviously, the newly hired training coordinator, there's going to be an onboarding process and then developing collaboration between the different departments to establish needs. funding to procure an evaluation system and implementing that system so that it aligns with timely feedback, compliance with contract language, and recognize the talent that we have in our district and retaining that. Immediate next steps, obviously hiring the training coordinator. We're actually interviewing for that position on June 21st, procuring and implementing that evaluation system, and then determining the training offered and align that training with the current tracking system.
All right, thank you. And let's transition to strategy 3, environmental sustainability. Don, Mike.
This is Don Hampton. I've been assigned to Strategy 3, which is to focus on environmental sustainability in all aspects of districts and schools operation. Some of the key activities that we have been working on over the past few months, Activity 1 is to provide specification for buses and equipment, provide purchasing vehicles to obtain needed equipment, design and install charging stations for the buses, and purchase the equipment in a budget-friendly phase. Activity 2 is meet with the energy consultants, design teams, add LED lights, and other energy-saving equipment to designs as well as existing buildings, design and build a new prototype environmental-friendly building. Activity 3, design, plant, and maintain food gardens for FNN use while using those gardens as an educational tool. Activity 4, research and test environmentally friendly chemicals for outdoor use. Some of the key accomplishments so far is that we have 3 electric buses on order. These buses are due to arrive sometime around the first of the year. Transportation, facilities, and construction are working together to with FPL to install the EV stations, the electrical vehicle charging stations, for the first 3 buses to utilize when they arrive. Facilities has purchased and distributed 60 pieces of battery-powered lawn equipment to all campuses district-wide. We are presently testing this equipment and collecting data on its operation so we know how to move forward on it. The district has partnership with Synergistic to implement a $10 million energy saving plan over the next 5 years. Synergistics has hired 3 people to work in our district, and at this time they are collecting data and doing on-site energy audits. Energy-saving LED light fixtures continue to be installed throughout the district. At this point, all higher energy use fixtures, such as parking lots and gymnasiums, have already been upgraded to LEDs. 2 schools have been completely upgraded, and another one is 90% complete, which includes all classroom fixtures upgraded to LED. Energy use, EUI, energy use intensity, as an energy-efficient benchmark designed for the buildings will be implemented in the design of the new K-8. Our design goal for the new campuses is an EUI of 25 or less. The average school Florida is 55 to 75. So this will be a significant improvement in the building envelope. Meetings are in process with FPL to possibly utilize some of the district's roofs to install solar array panels on which will help, of course, reduce energy costs. We are currently working with FPL to possibly start these installations on these solar panels on the new roof soon to be installed at Booker Middle School. A green team has been formed with 2 students from Sarasota High. Representatives from food service facilities and STC have formed this green team. The green team has been formed to study and research different aspects of green initiatives. We will eventually reach out to other schools that have these student-led groups and involve them all. Funding has secured for renovation of our district's farm property west of McIntosh Middle School. And Tripp has some more information on that.
Good morning, almost good afternoon. The property in question is the 38 acres on McIntosh Road west of McIntosh Middle School that you literally have to drive right through to go to McIntosh Middle School. The land was originally donated to the school district in the 1950s for the purpose of educating students about ag through horticulture and animal husbandry, initially supported by the Crowley family of the Crowley Museum and Nature Center. In the 80s and 90s, a strong ag program existed here, infusing leadership development through FFA and 4-H. A perfect example is a former student from that time, our very own current Director of Food Nutrition Services, Sarah Dan.
Yay, Sarah.
Since then, the farm has hosted Suncoast Technical College's Veterinary Assisting Program, construction trades projects, McIntosh Middle Ag students, field trip visitors, and Food and Nutrition Services Edible Schoolyard Program. This past fall, a full site evaluation was conducted with SwiftMud and the county. Thorough research was also conducted on instructional ag facility best practices. Funding has been secured, as Don said, as part of the 22-23 operating budget. A general contractor has been assigned, and we are currently in the design phase. This farm renovation is a partnership between Food Nutrition, Sarasota High School, Career and Technical Education, District Operations, and our local ag community, intent on supplying our cafeterias and culinary programs with fresh local produce grown by students for students. We will take ag education in Sarasota County schools to the next level with this farm facility. Our vision for the farm includes increasing agricultural literacy for all students and families by making the farm an ag education hub for our community, offering numerous hands-on experiential activities that extend beyond classroom walls for all grade levels, including sensory, food systems, nutrition, animal science, sustainable farming, ecology, environmental science, natural history, and on and on. Ag education is far more important than just a fun field trip. Our daily needs, such as food, clothing, medicine, and even paper, require agriculture. Enhanced gardens, new greenhouses, small and large animal barns, demonstration kitchen, and a large covered arena are some of the new exciting features. The renovations planned on the farm will enhance student learning and educate families about nutrition, sustainable farming, and food production practices that are environmentally and socially responsible. We'll reintroduce or introduce students to where their food comes from and how it gets to the table. According to research, children who understand how to and grow some of their own develop a deeper connection with food, which can lead to healthier diets, which also can lead to improved mental health. Our farm will become a state model for ag education. I will provide you all with a leave behind, which I think you've all been handed, with showing some of the example renderings. Thanks.
Okay, and let's transition to our.
I have a quick question on that. I know that it's in front of McIntosh. Is it on the north and south side of the entrance road, or just one or the other?
Yeah, the farm use will be all parts of those 38 acres. So yes, both sides of the roads will be impacted by this project.
Thank you.
Okay, let's transition to our customer service culture.
I'm Charlotte Price. I'm a new strategic lead. The strategy 4 is to create a culture where service excellence is modeled on both internal and external customers, meaning adults and students, and becomes hardwired across all departments and schools. The intent of the strategy is to foster a common service-minded culture in every employee.
Thanks. Thank you, Charlotte. And it has been a pleasure to get to work with Charlotte on this, as she and I have had the pleasure of working together on various things over the years. In the interest of time, I'm just going to cut it really short and just say we are in the process, one, of identifying an individual who can help champion this in our district, and two, identifying the appropriate program. And once those two are in place, then it is our team's sincere goal to hard code it into everything that the district does, so it is not something that stands alone, but is a common thread that ties everything together. And with that, I turn it back to Mr. Dumas and Ms. Benner.
So apologize for the quick run through, but we tried to scale it down to make sure we could kind of catch you up on time. Again, if there are any other questions, we're happy to answer today, or if you got anything individually, you can call any one of us. But thank you for the time to talk about the exciting things going on in Strategic Plan Goal 5.
Karen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question about the farm, please. I've had multiple feedback from the 4-H community. Is there any way that we can solidify more input and timelines and what their needs are with the pigs and the steers and their involvement? The overall picture is fantastic, but I've had outreach on multiple occasions, and I think some of it is just the unknown, and having been and grown up as a 4-H participant, there's some anxiety there. Are we connected, communicating?
With 4-H? Absolutely.
Okay, who
4-H
specifically
and,
are we
4-H and
meet-
FFA alumni meet regularly at the farm. They have for several years now. There's an alumni group that's made up of both agencies. And
Who's representing 4-H so I can let them know that
I
there's?
don't have a list of those members in front of me, but I can provide that to you.
Could you please, because
Absolutely.
if they can all be connected, I think it would fall right into your customer service strategic goal.
Yeah, one of the goals is to increase 4-H and FFA participation across the board.
Excellent. And if you could please send me that information and contact information, I can pass it on to them. And I think we can,
And anybody that has called you and wants to offer input, you can send them to me as well.
I have every intention of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate this. I'm very excited about the farm and all those offerings. I'm very, very much excited about customer service because, everybody has a call center, whether we think we do or not. I had someone say to me, "What's your call center like?" And I said, "We don't have one." And they said, "Yes, you do. Everybody has a call center." So Kathy is our call center. She's one of our call centers, yes. So I just want to thank you all for being here. Appreciate, sorry for the delay, and look forward to seeing great progress. Thank you. And next up, we have Trip Jennings. Have you already done your? Have you finished, Trip? Is that everything that you were going to say at your? No, this is a new topic. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's career and college and career update. Change hats, right?
That's right, and chairs. Okay, we were asked to give an update on our CCLR progress, College, Career, and Life Readiness. As you all know, I'm a strategy lead for Goal 1, Strategy 5. And one of those objectives as part of the activities associated was to hire a CCLR program manager, who is sitting to my left, Dr. Amy Earle. Just a reminder about Goal 1. We start with an expanded and robust pre-K program. We continue with ongoing individualized assistance through multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS, while strengthening staff collaboration through PLCs, ensuring all students are accessing the amazing experiential learning opportunities at our school and community that our schools and communities have to offer through the arts, and then finally empowering all students and families with the knowledge and tools necessary to have a realistic, personalized plan for their life beyond high school, whatever form that takes. We did have a PowerPoint, but I don't need it since it's not on. As we all know, students will go into, no, that's the next one. That's not mine. That's Ron's. That's okay. All students take one of 5 pathways after they leave high school. They go towards a 4-year university, a 2-year college or technical college or licensure, military service, non-formal training, or they go directly to work. Non-formal training, I categorize that as my dad taught me how to fix cars in the garage and now I work for him. Or I taught myself how to use Photoshop on YouTube. That's non-formal training. So, but where do they all end up after they do those pathways? In a job or in a career. So our intention is to increase career education, and then with that comes the necessary pathways to get there. We already do a lot of really great things in our district to prepare students for their post-secondary lives. Our plan will enhance, organize, and track these things down to the student level to ensure that all students have a plan that's right for them and they have the right tools to get there. A really great visual that was on there was a toolbox. Let's fill our students' toolboxes. The activities in Strategy 5 will increase and enhance the career-related tools and integrate academic monitoring, social and emotional supports, a sense of belonging, 21st century skills or soft skills, and enhanced career-related instruction and opportunities for all students. Toward this end, we spent the 21-22 school year developing the strategic plan and its activities and milestones associated with Goal 1, Strategy 5. Subcommittees were formed and met throughout the spring semester. Some of the things we accomplished during this past school year. We locally defined college and career ready. We determined baseline services to be provided at all high school career centers. We defined ideal elements or gauges for a student dashboard. We researched existing CCLR plans, what other districts and states use, and evaluated multiple dashboard platforms. We posted and hired a new CCLR program manager, and we added career advisor positions to all high schools as part of the 22-23 staffing budget. Now, Amy will speak on what we plan to do this summer and into next fall.
All right, good afternoon. Officially, it is noon.
By the way, this is Amy's second day on the job. Just putting that out there.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so this summer I started, like Tripp said yesterday, our career advisors are being hired. A lot of our high schools have already hired. I saw that we still have Pine View's career advisor as posted, and so we are kind of working with our high school principals and APCs to kind of figure out what it is that they need, because the new career centers, not the new career centers, but the career centers are going to kind of fill in the gaps and kind of strengthen what has not been happening and what has been happening in these schools, and it looks different at every single school. So we don't have a one-size-fits-all approach, because what Venice High School needs and what Riverview High School needs look very different based on what supports they're already getting. And so this summer I am going to meet with all of those leadership people at each of the schools and figure out what is it that they need and how are we going to get that done so that all of our students are getting all of the services that we would like for them to have. We would really like Career Source Suncoast to be more present in all of those schools so that students know the opportunities, that we can keep them locally, because ideally this is a great place to live. We have a great education system, and we would like them to come back and be a part of our community forever. We are also looking at a dashboard to track everything that is college, career, and life ready, and that includes everything from what field trips have they taken, K through 12, and what career groups do those go in? Do they have an interest in something, so that it's not starting over new? Just because they get new teachers every year doesn't mean that we shouldn't have that data on that student to really try and connect and engage them in meaningful ways. And that doesn't just mean outside of school experiences, but also in school experiences. If we know a student wants to be a doctor, let's make sure they're taking the most rigorous sciences that they can so that they're getting exposure early and making sure that they're making a path that makes sense. Versus someone who wants to be a mechanic, let's make sure that they are a hands-on learner to make sure that that's going to fit their needs long term. We also want to, on the dashboard, in looking at different dashboards, we have decided that we would like to be able to track graduation requirements as well as community service hours and all of those sorts of things. So it's accessible to not only students, but also to their teachers and to their parents, so that parents are aware of their students' success and track. This summer, I'll also be creating an orientation for all of our newly hired career advisors so that we are all on the same page, and it will help us create an identity and continuity K through 12. So right now we don't have a plan in the elementary level, but in the middle school level, they all already have career advisors. We would love for those career advisors to work collaboratively with the high school career advisors so that when students move from middle school to high school, it's a seamless transition. And it also creates a learning community for those career advisors and kind of a peer support group so that we can help students with their plan. And if I am moving from my school to Tripp's school, I can reach out to Tripp and be like, don't forget, Dr. Asplin really would like to do XYZ, and that there are multiple adults that know students' goals. Come the fall and spring, ultimately, we need to start tracking more data. We have some data, but we don't have it district-wide. And so ultimately, we would like to track more data so we can create sustainable and achievable goals and fine-tune our models in the future. So really this year is about learning what works, learning what doesn't work. I am collaborating with some of my colleagues across the state who are doing this same work and have been doing the work. So we're not starting from scratch. And eventually we would like to have some wraparound care for our graduates. So once they come back, they know who to contact if they want a job within our community. But again, that's kind of a long-term goal. But ultimately, we would love within the next couple of years to have every student with a plan. I think ideally we'd love to say every graduate in the class of 2023 will have a plan, but ultimately this is a year of growth and I don't want to fall short of the metric. And we'll say that a majority of our students will have a plan because we have to figure out what works and how we're going to reach every single student.
Shirley Brown.
Was Amy moved from one part of a district into this position, or did you hire her straight out?
Your mic wasn't on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was Amy moved from another position to this position, or did you hire her straight from the street? So to speak.
She was walking around outside and wandered in, and we hired her.
Wow.
No, she was a teacher at Riverview High School.
I was going to say, she seems to have a good grasp for this.
That's why I picked
When you're looking at the
Sorely missed.
tracking their plan, I'm wondering if there's any thoughts that you may be able to track post-high school graduate to see where they're being placed, how well they're doing, in, if they graduate and all that. And how does this coordinate with the programs that the Education Foundation was doing? Is this overlapping instead of, or are we trying to get them to come to the table and work with us?
Well, I'll answer your first question. In terms of how are we going to track them, there is a couple of the systems, the dashboard systems that we are looking at do have the option to track alumni so that we are able to kind of check in with them and they can fill out some information so we can track that. We haven't really landed on a dashboard system yet, but that is something that we are interested in doing. What was the second question?
Well, and that's probably more to the superintendent than you.
Yes, second one had to do with Ed Foundation. And yeah, we've had conversations with the Ed Foundation in that we were really looking, as Dr. Earl said, we really wanted to take a look at our programs that we have already in our schools and analyze those, figure out what needs to happen, what we need to do. And then once we do that, then see how does the Ed Foundation fit in or other foundations as far as what our needs are and what they can help us with. But right now, we just need to put together a great program so that we can then see how that all fits together.
Yeah, it seemed like maybe we were stepping over each other in some places. So good. I'm glad we're pulling it together.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck, Amy, in your new position.
Thank you.
People at Riverview really miss you already.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck. Thank you.
Thanks, Tripp. Next up, we have career dual enrollment, Dr. DePillo.
Good morning. Or afternoon, sorry.
Good
Yes.
afternoon.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, we're very excited. Anytime we have an opportunity to talk to the board about the great things that are happening at STC, I am more than happy to spend 4 or 5 hours talking to you about all the wonderful things. I'm in front of you today because of career dual enrollment agreements that have kind of developed over the last several years from not having one to having one, then all of a sudden having many. Because of the way things have transitioned and the increased attention to career dual enrollment, obviously, and what we're doing in career technical education. I'll run through a few slides, and this is really driven by statute and trying to make things clear for parents and students and our partnership institutions of education that allow them to access workforce development and career certificate programs at the post-secondary level. And not only for the technical colleges, but for the 2-year schools and the 4-year schools as well. And so there's a statute that mandates that we have entered into dual enrollment agreements for both public, private, and homeschooled children, and have those agreements available so when there's an opportunity that we can then have those students enroll. And that statute's posted there if you're interested. It's also interestingly in that it's optional at the private school level whether or not they enter into that agreement. Even though we were obligated to enroll students, it's at the option of the sending school, whether it be charter or private schools, that they have to sign the agreement and not the student to come to the school, because there is some financial obligation that's pushed to the institution, not to the student. And so that's part of this, also part of 1007. We are obligated to submit these agreements every year to the state by August 1st. It's a template agreement that has certain aspects of the delineation of responsibilities between the college, the school board, the parent, and the institution that is assigning the agreement. So the best part of the agreement is that this access is available to all of the students that are in our service area. Our service area as a post-secondary institution is Sarasota County mostly, but our service area extends to Manatee and Charlotte County as well, particularly along the border where we have our Northport campus. We are an open service agency as a post-secondary institution, and the piece here that's most important is that we have consistent articulation policies for all students, and that there is no discrimination against private versus homeschool versus public school. The more recent changes in the 2022 legislative session has taken away and giving more privilege to some of the students that are in public school or in private schools. And in the past, we were able to get textbook fees and laboratory fees from private school students. At this point, in effect, all students, including private school students and homeschool education, are provided instructional materials free of charge. And that means for us on our side is that we have our classroom sets of materials that all students that are dual enrolled are able to access, unless they want to buy their own material, which they can then keep and take with them. But right now,
How many students fall into this category?
which category?
Ballpark. Private?
4. So we have 4 private school students right now out of 478, which is less than 1% of our population for dual enrollment, and it's 0.16% of our total population of students at the college. And if there's an opportunity to recoup any money, there is that dual enrollment scholarship program that we can then, in March of every year, we submit to the state any fees that we were unable to collect from any institution or any students regarding either public, private, or homeschool students. And that we haven't had to do that yet at this time. We've been able to recover all costs that we are able to recover from the students or the organizations. And, right now we're at about 478 students that have just finished in June of dual enrollment students. That includes all dual enrollment high school age students. We were able to scholarship any student that is willing to complete their program, that didn't complete the program, over the summer to complete them as adults, and we were able to scholarship them upwards of $1,000 each through a fee support system that we have at the state level. It's a trust fund. So all the students who wanted to continue that didn't finish were able to go ahead and start continuing and finishing up. And then we combine, you mentioned Ed Foundation, we were able to combine with the Ed Foundation then a gap to finish them all the way through if they have to come back to October. And so that was very helpful. And so what we're doing is the mission of the college has always been to have early access to students, let them access these career technical programs so that they can get involved in a career path early before they either go off to a community school or university not knowing what they want to do and end up with 2 or 3 years committed in a large debt and then end up at STC trying to figure out their career path. So that in a summation is why we have to do the dual enrollment agreements. That is some of the statute that we have to follow as the organization. And I'm here to kind of answer any questions or concerns you have about that work.
I have one question. So let's say we had a shortage of space for some of these students. Do we prioritize our students first before
So-
we So, I mean, if we're shortage of space in a class or specific program?
So,
Do we prioritize public schools first?
so Ms. Goodwin, at this point, no, we do not prioritize public schools first. We treat all the students the same and equitable based on that contract agreement. However, we have not had a private school student displace any public school students currently. And typically what we do is we tried, our public school students are registered and enrolled in February.
Yes.
Then we go to the charter schools in March, and then we hit the private schools just after that.
Okay.
So, and unintentionally, but yet if there were a case where we had that happen for space, we do a lottery system. As mandated by the statute, that we have to lottery it. We can't be preferential treatment, and we cannot do the first come, first serve because of, as long as they meet our deadline as March 31st enrollment, they have first priority, all students treated equally. After that, and then it's by space only. And the difficulty we have in terms of space is we're an adult institution, and our adults don't enroll till after June, July, and August, when we've already then enrolled our high school students as dual enrolled. So we play that longitudinal game looking back over time to see how many seats of interest that we have that we can fill with adults. We reserve those seats till August. And then if the enrollment doesn't meet that need, we open those seats back up to dual enrollment to fill those seats very quickly with high school students who are on either a waiting list or maybe didn't make a decision. We're in that second tier, and then we fill those seats. The idea of dual enrollment for the college is to keep it around a 30%. Our articulation agreements are about 30% right now is where we're currently at. And what we'd like to stay at for our accreditation is that we are considered adult facility, and if we go too far with the high school, then we're not an adult facility. We become like a post-secondary high school. And that's not very attractive to adult students who are paying tuition. They don't necessarily want to come to a high school to learn a trade. So typically we want to keep it at a 70-30 split, and then access as many students as we can, early access. But remember, we're balancing with the technical school here, ours. We balance with dual enrollment with SCF. We balance with the arts in terms of their schedule and the electives. And then we have the straight students that are really about college prep. So 478 students, let's just say 500 to round up, out of 10,000 high school students, of which only 5,000 may be eligible because of grade. 2.0 requirement might eliminate a few more. So we're not far off of 10% of the students accessing the technical college at the high school. Yeah.
Great.
So what questions can I ask or be asked or answer?
I don't see any questions. Oh, Karen Rose.
Yes, Karen.
Thank you, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
ma'am.
Just with the, it's great. I liked everything that you had to say, and thank you for all your work. The question I have is with the 2.0 requirement, which I understand because it's a college level. We had talked before about giving those students opportunities to make that up or envision increasing their options or such. Do we have anything in place in educating middle schoolers or anything of how important that 2.0 is in ultimately making gain towards a career and having those opportunities?
Yeah, and it's a 3.0 for regular dual enrollment. For career dual enrollment, it's a 2.0. And so we're a little bit lower. However, it is flexible. What it has to do, you have to look at the whole student in that regard. If there's an opportunity for them to count some of the credits that they may earn at the college to help that GPA and it would count towards their graduation, then we would be more than willing to work with that student. But ultimately, our goal is to make sure that that student graduates high school. Following up on your question, going backwards, that the career, Miss Amy Earl, Dr. Earl, is going to help with all of those educational type pieces about where your future lies. And if we can get those pathways identified early on, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, and they know what the requirements are, we can get better educated students to help pave that way for them to get to where they want to be and keep as many options open as possible, because we all know that things can change as you go down those paths, and you may want to take an exit ramp to go some other direction.
I just think that's huge, and I thank you for having that foresight, because I feel like we have a students that fall into we don't meet criteria for anything, and their pathways for success are diminished, and I just hate to see that. And I very much look forward to how your program manager will be working backwards and prioritizing getting those middle schoolers every opportunity to know what's coming.
So at least we've identified it and we're prescribing a treatment, and now we'll see if there's an outcome that we're all looking for, and we're anticipating there will be an outcome because we're going to pay attention to it.
Thank you.
Shirley?
I just want to thank you for that invitation to the Technical Honor Society graduation. Tom and I went to that, and I was really impressed with those students. Some of them students and some of them adult students. But in order to be on the Technical Honor Society, they have to have straight A's. You can't get a B and be on the Technical Honor Society. In addition, you have to have attendance, and you also have to look and be prepared. So it also looks at the way you're dressed and you come to school ready and prepared, and your attitude. So it was not just grades, which was a high level, but it was great to. What was there, like 19 or something?
So yes, they have to be nominated by their instructor, so there has to be a recommendation. There was 19, all the way from 11th grade nursing students all the way to a retired lieutenant colonel.
It was very nice. Thank you.
Yeah, it was wonderful. I hope Tom enjoyed it too. Yep.
Well, we really appreciate you, Dr. Pillow. And
We appreciate your support.
those frequently asked questions that you had were really helpful, I think, for me. And so look forward to working with you and seeing great things this next year.
Sometimes it's very difficult to get clarity from the state on specific questions. And
Yes.
so those facts do come in. Yes, it does. It's very difficult. And sometimes they say it's a local decision, which doesn't really help us sometimes, does it? Yes. Thank you very
so
much.
much.
Yes.
Next up, we have our annual equity update. Dr. Moore.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, those buttons are tricky, aren't they? So first, I really want to thank everybody that contributed to putting this update together. It's quite a compilation of information, and there are a lot of hands in the background providing that information. So I don't want to start naming names because I don't want to miss anyone, but those of you, on the staff who contributed to this, I just want to say thank you. And the other thing I want to say that's really important is that the equity update really aligns beautifully with our strategic plan, particularly goals 1 and goal 2, in terms of being able to, I heard you talking about progress monitoring, things like that earlier, but this really, really helps us to be able to look at some things and just really align those all together. So really a great tool for us as a district. There are a couple of things that I also wanted to note, some corrections that I sent in, and I hopefully got them in enough time for Kathy. She's amazing. Got them into you. One was slide number 4. There was a number that was transposed, and when we get to that, but we fixed it, I believe. And then there was a document that was sent last week from an organization whom we use to publish our discrimination and notifications, and they just sent it last week, and I was away at a conference. So we did get it in there, and I resent the entire package to all of you. So at the end of the day, you'll have all of the completed information. So I'm going to kind of go over this, not necessarily for you all, but for those who are watching who may not be familiar with what our equity update is about and why we do it. So I just want to always remind our viewers of that and our stakeholders. So in compliance with the Florida Department of Education, Florida Educational Equity Act, each school district is required to submit an annual update respective of FDLOE's mission and goals of equity, access, and closing the achievement gaps among minority and non-minority groups in accordance with federal and state statutes and regulations. The responsibilities of the Office of Equal Opportunity include compliance, oversight of the Florida Educational Equity Act, Section 1000.05, Florida statutes, and other federal and state legislation relating to equity in education. The Florida Educational Equity Act and other federal and state legislation such as Title IX, Title VI, Title II, ADAA, and Section 504 prohibit discrimination on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, disability, age, or marital status against students and employees. The FEEA and the State Board of Education Rule 6A-19.00119-010 require the OEEO to monitor public school districts' compliance with statute. The Annual Educational Equity Update is a reporting tool that enables the OEEO to monitor and ensure adherence to provisions of the laws and the educational resources, and that educational resources are equitably distributed. This report is broken up into 7 sections, as you all know, and you received that in your read ahead. And the state sends what you also have, the monitoring work plan. And the monitoring work plan is important because it provides the information regarding any of the actions that might be required under those sections. And they are Part 1, procedural requirements, Part 2, incomplete items or pending actions, Part 3, student participation, Part 4, gender and equity in athletics, Part 5, employment equity, Part 6, single-sex schools and classes, which we have none, Part 7, pregnant and parenting students. So since you've all received the full report as a read ahead, I'm only going to address those areas in which there were actions required because we pretty much are in compliance for really, we did really well this year. So I'm going to kind of review Part 1, procedural requirements, just take a moment to just share the updates in that. Part 3, student participation, which I have a brief PowerPoint. Part 4, gender equity in our athletics. Part 5, employment equity. Part 6, pregnant and parenting teens. And all of the, as I mentioned, all of the requirements for the other sections have been met. So when we talk about Part 1, the procedural requirements, really that's where the district provides evidence in the update of annual notice of non-discrimination. We have to ensure that it was published in a medium like television or the newspaper or what have you, that it happens twice a year, particularly for on our website and in our vocational educational guidelines and so on. The district is to provide a link and continuous notification of non-discrimination on the district's home page for ease of accessibility, and continue to ensure that notice is continuous and non-discrimination is published as outlined in Title IX. So the notification documents and the public notifications that were published in the newspaper are embedded within the full report that you received. I've also provided links on the document that goes to the FLDOE, and I believe in your Word document there are some links on there so that you can access that information very easily. So we have completed that, and we are in good shape with respect to that. So next I want to talk about Part 3, which is student participation. And overall, our district has certainly shown some increases in minority enrollment for advanced courses. And according to the DOE, there are some net gaps that persist, especially for Black students. And the district should establish accountability measures for ELL students and implement greater accountability measures for minorities significant to close the enrollment gaps. So I want to go to the PowerPoint with this, and I believe you have a handout for that. So again, this is yet another requirement that we must adhere to with respect to the FLDOE. And again, this update is the tool that allows us to monitor and ensure adherence to provisions of the laws and that educational resources, again, are equitably distributed. So when we look at this section of student participation, we're really looking at the enrollment gap, and that's in our Level 3 and Advanced Placement courses. And I want to explain something that, it took me a minute to kind of really get an understanding of how the DOE is looking at this particular data. So when you look at the evidence of success there in Table 1, when we're looking at advanced placement, AP, IB, and ACE, and you see the groups that are listed, the targeted student groups on the left, then you see 2016 and 17, which is a comparison year that the FLDOE has required for the report this year, and then the 21-22 data. I'm excited when I read this because over time we are seeing an improvement. It's a gradual, I say slow and steady wins the race, but we are seeing some changes on the positive side. So for example, when you look at 2016-17 and you look at our comparison group at 35%, and you look at our Black students, you see that there is an 18-point differential. And then when you look at our Hispanic students, you see a decrease, an 11-point differential. But when you come over to 21-22, you see that everyone showed an increase, and there was a decrease in that differential from that 18 to 14 percentage points, and for our Hispanic students from 11 to 8 percentage points. So although everybody is increasing, it's not the way we don't see it closing completely, but we do see that it will get there. And I'll speak to what I think is going to really impact this as we move through over the next few years. It'll be a lot of few years, but over the next few years, I think we'll see some changes in that. When we look at our white males targeted comparison group, and our Black and Hispanic males, we see that with our Black males, there was an increase from 11 to 15 percentage points. Now, even though there's an increase in that difference, the good news is that everybody increased. And that's what we want to see. We want to see an increase in student performance, or student enrollment, even though it may have increased the differential between the comparison group and our targeted groups. When we look at our ELL students, we see that there is a decrease from 29 points to 20 points, which is good. That means that we're moving in the right direction. And when we look at what we had slated in terms of what we wanted to increase by, I believe we really exceeded that. So that's very important. So that'll be good for us as we move to next year. One of the things that the DOE wanted to see was that we would show that we really wanted to take that risk and show those increases between those student groups, and that we would show a little bit more than 1%. Now, there are some areas that we really kind of stay in that area because of things like language barriers and things like that. So we want to be fair to our students. When we look at Table 2, dual enrollment tends to kind of waver, and the next slide kind of talks to why that happens. But we see that there is when we look at those comparatives for our Black students and our comparison group, there was a decrease from 7 to 1% point, and our Hispanic students decreased from 4 to there's no current gap. So they're right at that point. Although there was an increase in that group, there was a decrease in our comparison group. When we look at the males, our Black males, we see there's a decrease from 7 to 2 percentage points, and in our Hispanic males from 2 to no current gap, meaning they're right at the same place as our comparison group. And our ELLs decreased from 9 to 3 percentage points. So although we're not seeing the huge growth, and even though there is a little bit of a dip, we are seeing that there's some growth in those targeted student groups. If you'll flip to that next slide, this is the reason that we're not seeing quite the growth in our dual enrollment that we'd like to see, because the courses are no longer offered on the school sites. They're no longer available on high school campuses, and there's much more rigor because of working with the University of South Florida, and the eligibility requirements for USF is much more difficult. And so it's also hard to get good quality teachers to teach those courses for those UF courses that are allowed on the high school campuses. So it's a little bit of a struggle, but I know that our curriculum team, Catherine Kokoza and that group, they're working desperately on trying to make sure that we provide what those students need in order to be able to encourage them to continue to get into dual enrollment.
Bridget, do you have a question?
I'll let her finish.
You want to ask me now?
Well, I just had a question. When we were looking at the dual enrollment overall, I was noticing, and I've got other graphs, that the enrollment total, now we are increasing for Black and Hispanics and white decreased substantially. Am I reading that right? So that's our overall total enrollment, aggregating all of the populations together. Is it decreasing?
It has, and it's because of
the
that
SCF.
change, that lack of availability.
The SCF, right? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that lack of availability that we had on the school campuses. I know when I was in the high school, we had, the kids, that was one of the things that I oversaw at Riverview High School when I was in AP, and we had a flourishing group of students that were taking it. But once they made those changes later on, it kind of changed that accessibility for students.
Of
And
course.
if you don't have the opportunity, even though you have the accessibility, if you can't have a car to drive there, then the likelihood of you getting in that is going to be slim to none. So
Well,
there
I'm
are
glad
some
you highlighted
barriers.
because I brought it up last time, and I'm
Yes.
saying to the superintendent again, if we can revisit the opportunities there, because that was, you show it on the chart. It's impacted our students
Absolutely,
substantially.
absolutely. And certainly worth something that we can, I don't know if it means something like, transportation from schools to whatever. I don't know what that means, but certainly it's something that can be
I
discussed.
think those things do play a role. And of course, if a child takes ACE or takes IB or other things and takes AP courses, then they have the opportunity of, going into college as a sophomore, for example. So I'm seeing that being at least that's what I've heard from some students.
Yeah,
in elementary.
and when you take away the opportunity during the school day for
Yes,
students to engage
exactly.
and they have to work after school, then you then also put up another barrier for those students to be able to participate. So there are a number of different.
Dr. Asplin?
Yes, and
sorry.
you're exactly right. I think, with the numbers that are getting smaller, actually, in the dual enrollment piece, a lot of those students are going into the ACE, IB, and everything. But as far as the reason why, I know there's multiple reasons, and I've heard of some different items that I want to discuss with some of the people out there. Like our SCF folks and our USF folks. So we have that on the calendar. We're going to be talking to them, find out exactly what the issues might be, and see if there's something that we can do to bring some of that back.
That'd be
And
awesome.
of course, they have, SCF has their own charter school now.
Right.
Where you can get, dual enrollment as well. I think the North in Manatee County, that charter is doing very well. The one in the South, I can't say is doing quite as well with numbers, very, very much lower. So, I think that's an issue too.
That's okay. Yeah, stop me at any time. I promised the others I'd move quickly, though. Table 3 looks at all Level 3 courses, including AP, IB, ACE, DE, and Honors. And again, when we look at our comparison group with relation to the targeted groups, our Black and Hispanic students, we do see that overall there's been an increase in our advanced and Level 3 courses for all of our students. And there is, for our Black students, a decrease from 29 to 18 percentage points, and for our Hispanic students, from 13 to 11 percentage points. And when we go down and look at our white males and Blacks and Hispanic males, again, we see an overall increase overall, and we see that there is a decrease from 31 to 21 percentage points, and the gap for our Hispanic males sort of remained at that 12 percentage point. However, there was an increase. So overall, when we're looking at trying to make sure that we're seeing that growth, that's the good part of it. We just want to make sure that we see it fluidly, and I think that the staff is diligently working on that, have some great strategies and plans in place to help our students gain more access and opportunity to those courses. Our ELL students, we saw a decrease from 38 to 29 percentage points, and again, a significant increase in those students from 2016-17 to 21-22. So we hope to see, with the strategies that have been put in place by our amazing curriculum team, that we will, and our teachers and administrators, that we'll continue to see that growth. Any other questions on any of that? The next section is Part 4, Gender, Equity, and Athletics. That's our Title IX compliance part. We have 3 schools, and that's typically our high schools that are out of compliance. And being out of compliance means simply that we just don't have enough athletic activities to support our female students, but there are plans and activities that you've seen within the document that they are working on along with our athletic director to provide more opportunities for athletic programs and activities for our female students. So we just continue to monitor that, which is what we were asked by the DOE, and ensure that we provide our compliance verification and any corrective action plans, which we did include for those 3 schools. The goal certainly is to provide more opportunities for those female students to participate as all of the activities we have for our male students. So I know that that's in place. I know Mr. Slayton is working with our high schools to ensure that within our community that happens. Part 5 is our employment equity part, and the district the DOE has suggested that we continue to implement strategies to ensure that we are reaching out and bringing in various and a much more diverse staff, particularly persons of color, and making sure that we are not missing those, and also male employees. Education typically seems to be a highly female-dominated industry, and so we're seeing an increase in that slowly, but it's coming. So you have in your read ahead all of the documentation and strategies to impact this, but in terms of our numbers, what we have seen in terms of our administrators, which is what they look at, the administrators at the district, our principals, assistant principals, teachers, and guidance counselors. So when we look at that information, we see that our district-level Black administrators increased from 12 to 17, which is 5 additional than what we had previously. There was an increase in our Hispanic administrators from 2 to 9, which is a +7. Our district-level male administrators increased from 63 to 67, a +4. And with respect to our principals at the school-based level, we see a decrease in our Black principals from 7 to 5. Some of those things happen because people move around and change positions. Our Hispanic principals remain the same. We have none, and I will talk a little bit about the recruiting efforts when I get through this. Our male principals remain the same at 17. Our assistant principals increased from 3 to 4, which is a +1, and our Hispanic assistant principals increased from 2 to 6, a +4, and assistant principals increased from 21 to 27, which is a +6 additional individuals. When we look at our teachers, our Black teachers increased from 83 to 93, which is a +10 there. Our Hispanic teachers increased from 104 to 161, which is a +57. And our male teachers increased from 566 to 568, which is a +2. In terms of our guidance counselors, or school counselors as we now refer to them, decreased from our Black counselors decreased from 9 to 6, which is a -3, and we're kind of seeing a trend in that with our Black counselors and our male counselors, so we want to look at that a little more closely in the future. Our Hispanic counselors increased from 2 to 3, +1, and as I said, our male counselors decreased from 9 to 8, which is a -1. There are a number of strategies that our HR department are working on to reach out to both our historically Black colleges and universities and our Hispanic institutions that are serving those students. We are meeting as a team of building administrators and district folks and our recruiters, along with people who are working in our college and career, to come up with some innovative ideas to build relationships with those colleges and institutions where we invite them to our community so they can see what a magnificent place this is. There is a misperception out there outside of our state that Sarasota, really doesn't look to hire or even has very many students, people, and organizations that hire people of color and people of diverse backgrounds. And we know that is not true, that we are a diverse environment and organization, and we welcome welcome all people to be a part of this organization. And so we are doing some things kind of outside of the box thinking to build those relationships and invite people to come and be a part of it, our organization, to show them our amazing schools, to take them on a tour of our city, and particularly in areas where our families of color and live, and so they can see the culture that we have here, the rich culture that we have throughout this community. So we're working on those things, and we'll keep you posted on that. But there are many, many efforts that are going on right now so that we can really build those relationships. And that's really what it boils down to, is letting people know who we are and that we exist as an amazing community. And although we have great beaches, that's not all we have. We have so much more here in Sarasota. Part 7 is our Pregnant and Parenting Students program. And really what they wanted from the DOE is to make sure that those students who are in those programs have the same equal opportunities and access to programs and activities at the high schools that students that are not enrolled in the teen program have. So some of the things that our students have been involved in, our teen parents, they've been involved in chorus, after-school sporting events, ROTC, prom, powder puff football, volleyball, basketball, football, track, cheerleading, and grad bash. So they've really become involved and immersed in the activities of the high schools, so that, you know, they realize that having a child and starting a family isn't the end all to your education. You still must enjoy and have the opportunity to be teenagers and enjoy that time in their lives. So those are the areas that they really wanted us to kind of focus on, and I just wanted to share with you those specific items. And hopefully we'll come back with a nice, clean report, and they won't have a whole lot to say except keep monitoring. So with that, I will ask if there are any questions from you all.
Well, I just want to thank you for all your hard work, because I know this has been a labor of love for you, and it's such an important work that you're doing for the district, Dr. Moore. And, we can always do better. We need to do better. Title IX has been around for, 50 years? Mm-hmm. First tennis player in Alabama was on the male tennis team, right?
Yeah.
So I'm interested in more opportunities for female athletes. I'm interested in more opportunities for diverse populations in our teaching profession, our administrators, and so forth. And I know you are too. So I just want to thank you for the hard work that you do every day. It's noted. It's important work. It needs to be done, and we really thank you for all of those efforts.
Thank you.
Shirley Brown.
I too want to thank you, for all the work you did and putting up, because I know there was a lot of misinformation in the community and what you're doing here. And, there's a lot of information that we have to report to the state. And there's somebody that's got to keep an eye on that and get those reports all together. And before, we never even saw those reports. And so I appreciate you bringing those forward, and I appreciate you, keeping your thumb on the issue all year and moving ahead. I appreciate what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bridget.
Thank you. I agree. Thank you for all your work. I know you are very passionate about this. And one of the areas that I also know we've seen more just in enrollment overall, and these are subsetted out into the advanced placement or advanced courses, et cetera. And our ELL student, that population seems to be growing or increasing. Mm-hmm. And I know, and this is maybe not specific, but what do we use this report for? Yes, it's required, but we talked about input and outcomes at the same time. So what do we utilize this, looking at this information? What do those outcomes look like? Mm-hmm. So when, for any of the categories, but I just highlighted because ELL was one of the items that they had said that it doesn't appear to be targeted. I'm not sure.
For some reason, it was it was missed in the last report that went in last year, so they just wanted to remind us that it was there, but it was there.
Okay.
I
No, no,
saw
yeah.
it. But for some reason, when they received it, maybe they overlooked it because they look at so many, I'm guessing, because, Catherine and I were talking about it. I said, I know it was there. I saw it. And I went back and I looked at it because I have to compare it.
Right.
So I'm not sure what happened with that, but, whatever they ask, we try to comply. And as I said, the report is so important because it really, really works in conjunction with the strategic plan. When we didn't have one, that really was kind of what that report was sort of guiding us in that direction, prior to myself and Dr. Aspen. But now that he's really kind of laid that out for us with the 5 goals and the strategic plan, it really works hand in hand with that. So it's almost like a backup, if you would.
Complementary,
It is
yeah.
complementary. And so in looking at that data, it forces us to look at data different times of the year. In addition to our regular progress monitoring, it forces me to dig a lot deeper than I'm used to. I love working with the Ray department and curriculum and the instructional side, student service. I'm just all over the place, and it's wonderful because it gives me a different view and a different lens to look at things, and it helps others to look at things with a different lens because it's not something we're used to doing. I do want to thank Dr. Aspen for having the wherewithal to bring this position into the district so that we can begin to really look at where we are sitting as a district and how we can really focus on building strategies to include and ensure that we are providing those equitable opportunities, not just for our students, but also for our staff. The students are one part, but the staff is important too, that they too are receiving those equitable opportunities. And you heard those from Tripp and from the others that are presented. So it's a big look when we're looking at staff, students, and all that implies.
When you just, and briefly, I know it was going to go to the strategies of, again, this is something I brought up from our perspective is, okay, so what do we utilize that information for? How do we deploy resources to impact the outcomes? I mean, so I think this is complementary. But so what do we have? I mean, I know there's a lot of undertaking. So is that something we are expected to see presented to us? Just a shift in approach of resources from the board level down to based on what evaluation we've seen at respective schools to respond to various needs on the schools or the population or what have you.
So this, again, when you look at what this report has and what's in the strategic plan in terms of their metrics and outcomes, and you look at how the equity piece is embedded within that, those goals, metrics, and outcomes kind of work together. So when you see the outcomes in there, and say, for example, I'm asked to come in and to provide maybe some professional learning on instructional strategies to help support our ESC population students. And so we go in and we work with those students along with staff and students, staff and training and curriculum, and we come up with a plan as a team of how we're going to work with those students. So we should see changes in academic outcomes, behavioral outcomes, and all of those things. So it really all works together very well. And I will tell you that we're doing those things. And it's exciting for me because I get to work with so many incredible people. We have some incredible people in this district, hands down.
Tom Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You just touched on what some of my questions were, because I know that I think it was HR that was responsible for all the reporting. Was it Al Hareda that used to gather all the data that you now do for the equity report? So I appreciate, and frankly, you've been thanked enough today, so I'm not going to be, no. No, thank you. But what I would like to hear more of, and potentially not today, is are you also responsible for helping all of these departments create the programs that are necessary to enhance the numbers that we're supposed to report? I'm assuming that is true, but what I'm hoping is that we start to hear what some of those programs are, like where else are we recruiting? What else are we doing? What are we doing to enhance enhanced gender sports for females, all of those kinds of things. I think it's all well and good to say we see the numbers and we're moving in the right direction. it's not enough for me that moving in the right direction. I'd like to see more specific, these are the programs, these are the kinds of outcomes that we're looking for.
So we can make that happen, Mr. Edwards. We can certainly do that. It is in the document. I did not want to take all of your time to go through each of those things one by one, but it is in there. We
That's why I
can do
asked the
something
question.
very specific for you at some point. You know, that the board at your discretion, of course, at your pleasure. It's you know, it's a pretty hefty document, so. All of those things that you have mentioned are embedded within that document and also available for links, both for you all and for the FLDOE. So at some point, you know, I finished my first year and have really grown and am learning, and really everybody is learning what I do and how we can work together to really impact you know, belonging, dignity, and inclusion in our district, how we can really impact that thing, that word that seems to make people shake and quake, which really is just ensuring that everybody has what they need when they need it in order to be successful. And so now we're moving to like the next phase of that, where we are actually working together, training, coming up with strategies, getting involved in what's working, what's not working, and how we can best support our students and our staff.
And that is exactly why I asked the question, because I knew those programs were embedded in the document. And I know you've spent your first year working really hard, well beyond just collecting the data that we have to supply. And it is important for people to know that the creation of the position was, from Dr. Aspin's point of view, and you stepping into the role, which, by the way, I remind everybody when I met you the first time, it was, this is my job. Got it? So yes, I just wanted to know that we appreciate all of the, aside from the data collection, all of the great work that you're doing. So well
Thank
done,
you.
Dr. Moore.
Thank you.
Karen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate how you've laid it all out so clearly for the community to understand the state requirements and the progress that you're leading with that. I know that part of your goals are to have an impact on students that are in our lower, what we call our lower quartile, the lowest performers. And I have a question for you. What is your greatest challenge in what you see as your next goals? And what would you ask this board for if you could ask them for anything?
Really? Really? Okay, so to answer your first question, I love working with, like I said, all of the departments and teams that I work with. They are amazing, and they all have, you know, they have as many plates in the air as you can imagine, and you know that. I don't have to share that with you. I think that for me and this department to be able to really get into schools a little bit more and work with building systems, both from the district level to the school level, which I have mentioned. And I'm kind of preempting here because I haven't met with Dr. Aspin and the EDs or Chris Renoff and the EDs to lay out the plan that I'm building because of what I have learned over this past year. But I intend to do that in the next couple of weeks, hopefully before the end of June, definitely by July. And to also ask them what they would need from me in terms of my role and what I can provide in terms of supporting students and staff. I'm already working with transportation, with operations side, with some of the professional learning that they're doing, and also some other equitable issues that have come up down there that we're working with, and they're excited. The staff is excited. So it's student, staff, it's the organization. So in order to really be as efficient and effective as I would like us to be, I would really love two program managers, administrative level. I am blessed to be getting an AA that I'm sharing with the Director of Leadership Development. We'll be interviewing in a few days. And so if I could get 2 more people to really lay out that plan, to be able to really impact and bring you some data that shows what we're all doing together, that would be ideal. So that's my wish. That's my ask. So if you all can make that so, I'd be make my day. But Dr. Aspens too, because he's tired of me asking. I pull on his coattail almost every day and say, here's my, I just turned in my evaluation, did my evaluation, and within that, I had my organizational structure that I gave him with my wish. I know you can't do it now. And I know people think that, and I really want to say this for the record, that, we're quote unquote kind of top heavy, but I just don't, what we do every day and how everyone is stretched to the core. They really, really are. People are wearing multiple hats. If you ever kind of stood in there one day, you see us running, everybody's running and trying to make sure we take care of your desires, your questions, your needs, as well as our stakeholders in the community. We are doing everything that we can. And so I just want to say that because it looks one way and the perceptions are one way probably, but really we are slim pickings when you look at some of the other districts in terms of what we have to do, the work that we so incredibly do and well in this district.
Thank you for that answer. I just a follow up that the compensation study, will it give us feedback, Dr. Aspin, relative to departmental needs based on efficiency and today's word outcomes?
I don't think it's going to go as much that direction as it is compensation and then job descriptions.
Okay.
We'll have that. Maybe from the job descriptions, we'll be able to, have discussions about that through the job descriptions piece. But really, is those 2 items that the compensation study is going to look at.
Thank you.
Well, Dr. Moore, again, thank you so much. I know that you've had some parts of our community who are upset with your committee meetings that you've had for the Equity Committee, and that's an open meeting. That's not a meeting that is private, secret in any way, as most of our meetings are, or all of our meetings are open. So I just would entertain if anyone has a question to attend one of those meetings.
Absolutely. We'll be meeting again in August. I don't have the exact date yet, but we'll be starting up again in August.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Have a great summer.
All right.
And next, we have brought to us at great expense by Tom Edwards, a section number 6, which is display of political items. And it looks like we're on time again. So, all right, we've kind of moved right back into the swing of things. So I will just let Tom Edwards start this off, please, Tom.
Thank you so much for granting me this time at a workshop. The display of political items is probably the smallest piece of what I want to talk about today, but I will get to it if you give me the time. Earlier today, I referenced a meeting that I attended as an elected school board member, but I wasn't seated yet, and it was right on the heels of, I think, our initial conversation as a school district about indoctrination and not education. And it was around Black Lives Matter and Brain Pop. And in that exact meeting that I referenced earlier, I saw one of our students of color, who was a sophomore at the time, speak up with a fellow student of hers regarding her thoughts around Black Lives Matter. And in that meeting, that young woman, as a student of ours, was heckled and jeered. And if I take just that moment and identify that for you, that's bad enough. But we have had roughly a year and a half of conversations regarding CRT being taught in our schools. And our students are not immune to hearing those conversations. So when I look at how a student of color has heard things like CRT and not teaching Black history accurately, and whitewashing, and white students shouldn't feel uncomfortable. I mean, that's what these students have heard and have absorbed for the last year and a half. And that, and from an empathetic standpoint, I sit there and I look at the horrible shooting that took place in the Black community in Buffalo, and I empathize with that student of color one more time, and feel how they're personalizing all of that. And then one more, 10 days later, it's a school shooting. So it's just one constant situation after another. And then I'm going to connect it to HB 1557. And I know that we don't like to say it here at the school, but it is not what the students have heard. They've heard, don't say gay. And so that's what they've heard. Our LGBTQ plus students have heard that for a year and a half. And so when we look at the situation that happened at Pineview with our student class president and the principal, how could that student not hear censorship if they've heard for a year and a half, even though that didn't occur? How could they not hear that? So where I'm going to is the students and their self-esteem, their mental health, what they've been absorbing from us. Our students have been the victim of the adult rhetoric that's been brought into the school board room and that has been discussed vehemently from our legislature and the political culture wars that are attached to that. And it's the students that I'm most concerned about. I'm going to back that up with an exorbitant amount of teacher resignations that I've looked at. And although we don't we don't do exit interviews, I'm wondering and I'm concerned with what I've heard as our teachers and our instructors have absorbed what I heard even at FSBA from many other school districts, that teachers in of themselves have absorbed this rhetoric as a lack of respect, that they don't know how to teach instructionally, they don't know what's age appropriate, they don't know how to accurately teach history. And so all of this additional rhetoric and legislation can be interpreted as another layer added to the teacher shortage, and hence resignations. In my personal opinion, the removal of those flags, and that's what took me so long to get to where I was going, was a mistake. I've discussed it with with the superintendent, and I truly understand from his perspective that he interpreted that they were political items. But I'm suggesting that they're not political items. Those are items that are attached to student identities and how students view themselves, inclusive of when I started this conversation or this talk about a young lady who came in and talked about how she felt about Black Lives Matter, and she was a young lady of color. And so so when those flags were removed, those students who are connected to those symbols, to those symbols of identity, I believe they felt marginalized. I think they felt that they didn't matter. I think their self-esteem just went even further into, excuse my French, the dumper. And we're all concerned about FSA scores and how well our students are. So you've got a demoralization that is not just for our students, but for our instructors, excuse me, and it's taking a toll. And so the reason why I'm bringing this up is that we want to start this school year in August with as much of this behind us as we can. And in both of the bills that I've mentioned, HB 7 and HB 1557, there's a tremendous amount of ambiguity that's still out there. And a lot of wonderment. And what I'd like to be able to do in this conversation is assist the superintendent in creating procedure about how to move forward, how the board can send the message to our students and to our faculty that we see you, we care, and you matter. And we've got your back, no matter what. During this time of ambiguity, we have your back, and we want you to excel and succeed, both students and instructors, and all our staff for that matter. Mrs. Rose pointed out something that was so key, and I wrote it down. She wanted the superintendent, when we were discussing the 3-4 supermajority, she said, I want the superintendent to feel safe and secure. And I wrote them down. And if she could feel that about our superintendent, I want that for our students and our staff. So I'm sorry I took a long story long, but I felt that it's important that we as a board clear all of this up and help our students and help our faculty understand how we're going to move forward.
Shirley?
Thank you for bringing that up. I agree with what you're saying. And when we talk about political activity, the state describes the political activities as related to an election and candidates. I don't think Black Lives Matter or the Don't Say Gay or the LGBT flag is related to an election. I would say it's social issues, not political. I think sometimes social issues become political, just like, being called a liberal, being called a conservative. I mean, those things are out there. But I agree. I mean, students have told me, too, that they feel marginalized when everything that had to do with Black Lives Matter had to be pulled out of a classroom. It hurt those students. But I also think we may have given permission for some of these other students to go ahead and do the heckling. We're seeing that on a national level where people can just throw out. And we saw over the weekend, there was a U-Haul trailer full of people, going to riot at a Pride Fest event. So people, by taking these out, I think we're empowering some of those people who are acting bad. We've had an incident in our school district, and I know there have been some others, where students either, and one, I think, they did a cheer, a 6-letter cheer that was a racial slur, insult. In another school, they held up 6 different letters. And I think by saying, pulling those things down, by saying you don't matter, that we're not going to talk about it, I think empowers some of those. And I also think some of the language that's used at our board meeting would not be allowed in a classroom. We have rules about what you can say to another person. And I'm talking about when they talk about calling people in the LGBT community, sinners, perverts, and all these other things, and holding up a Bible. We have to be careful about those kinds of things happening, because I think when we allow the discussion on one and take away the things that, is there to protect them, I think it encourages the bad behavior that we're seeing in our schools. I mean, it's happening. Teachers are seeing it in their classrooms. And I think we need to do things that we can to support our students and support our teachers, because we've got teachers of color, we've got minority teachers, we've got teachers that are LGBT, and we even have, at least one transgender teacher. I mean, what are we telling them? I mean, are we telling other teachers that they can, insult them, or the students don't have to respect them? I don't think that's accurate, and I think that we need to relook at what we're talking about as political being social and supportive, because political says it goes to an election or a candidate.
Bridget?
Thank you. Well, I'm glad this opportunity came up, because I think that even to what Mrs. Rose said, and I think that's where we start as everyone, I don't care what category, I mean, even coming off that conversation, that despite, I don't think of people, and I don't want people to think of people in categories. And that part to me is a very important part. And that is something I think can be established by the way and behavior and culture of a school district. We have a tough time in the aspect of we as a public school district who educates students ages 4 and between the ages of 4 and, yes, 22, but let's say for the sake of this, 4 to 18. And so they're minors, and we celebrate our diversity in our community, which we should. But we also recognize we have diverse community, a diverse background, a diverse cultures, diverse religious backgrounds and ideas. And so that's the part where I think there is absolutely a way, and I think, educators I'm sure can speak to this, and I've certainly, many have said so, is to share. There's a difference between educating and promoting, for example, and I'm talking more political, like agendas. But it's hard right now because it is an ugly world, and I'm going to say categories. It's everywhere. It disgusts me, and I think that it is, it's at the point of, if you're trying to solve something, being cognizant of the rhetoric and how you behave. And I would say, individually, I can only control what I do, and it's a constant reflection of how best to handle something that is highly emotional or something you're very passionate about. And I always just think about girls watching, or that's my go-to. But where I think that, there's a number of things that were laid out, and what, Mr. Edwards, what you said is something I 100% agree with, is that the students absolutely, and our staff, have absorbed a lot of what has been talked about. And there could be absolute disagreements about legislation, and where I stand is that it was, and I will go down and say this over and over again, whether or not the intent is something people agree with, the way it was reported was absolutely false. And I think that created a horrible situation. In my mind, it further invoked fear for the very organizations, that I believe were intend to say that they're there to protect these students. And because that's exactly what I saw. I have many friends and family in that space that run into it, in the aspect of, oh my gosh, the don't say gay piece. And that kills me. You'll see I can't do a poker face when I see people say that, because it just further creates that aspect. So that to me is a concern. And I think that, and I could go on in different areas. And so it's that balancing approach. I understand the aspect of making sure our students, families, staff feel welcome, respected across the board. And I think that is something we have to wake up and do every single day. I don't diminish, and I'm glad this conversation, because it's a challenging one when you think about that flag. It is Booker that sparked the discussion. Because I respect the teacher who wrote the letter and articulated how his intent is to really make children and his students feel welcomed and embraced in an environment for a positive learning environment. And who can deny that? Where I find ourselves is a public education institution. This is what's hard. You don't want to blanket vanilla everything so you have nothing at all on the walls, but there's a balancing act. And so with that, it comes down to, and this is where something Dr. Asplin and I talked about, and this goes to a lot of different topics we're talking about, is because there is an element of education based on the standards, based on what we're there to execute, was based on academic outcomes. If it can't be justified based on those things? Is it warranted? And and again, this is a balancing act, because I always, and Dr. Aspin, you could attest to this, every time these things come by, I always try to counter it with something else that, okay, if we allow this, can we allow that? And that's just the way I think that we have to approach it. So you were talking about how do we execute and implement these things. Those are things that we need to really think about. And I take that very seriously when it comes to policy making, to try to avoid the unforeseen consequences or always put the shoe on the other foot. And so my commitment to every single person in this community, to everyone in this district, every student, is that I believe that I hear you, I care about you. I want to make sure that you come into these districts and you feel welcomed, loved, and are inspired to learn. I think that is our duty. I get concerned about the way these paths go, and I think in my mind there's an intent to bring the pendulum back more to a center level, and then it's a balancing act of what's appropriate and what's not, without marginalizing or discriminating or making people feel less worthy, because everyone is worth the equal amount, and we all care about all of them. And so I believe that is a part where we need to all recognize the role and the rancor, and it's okay to disagree on a policy, but the polarization and the fear, and again, this is not exclusive to one side or other. I think everyone can own it. That is how we need to move into the next school year. And when it comes down to making these decisions, it's always just the balancing act of, if we do this, we have to understand that we have to apply it equally to all.
Well, I don't think we do apply it equally to all. And I think there's a lot of danger in what is happening in this state. Every student should be protected, and every family should be respected. Every student protected, every family respected. Based on race, color, creed, a lot of things. But we don't do that. And we have people going around looking for pride flags for the LGBTQ community, which I never thought we had ever allowed in a school classroom anyway. The coexist at Booker was something different, but we had a Black Lives Matter issue a couple years ago that we removed those emblems from classrooms. But now people are going and seeing stickers, rainbow stickers on doors, which signify a safe place, a friend, if you will, for students in the LGBTQ space to find some help if they should need it, and we're going after that. That was never an intention. That's not a flag. That's not anything. And I've seen some people going around and, making notes and taking notes. That's of great concern to me. But every child protected. We need to keep every child safe, and we need to be respectful of what they feel like. I thought that Xander Moritz and his address was so clever. I mean, or whatever it was, people will remember him and what he said about his curly hair for the next 30 years. Perhaps if he had been much more overt about it and much more plain, and maybe they wouldn't. But my granddaughter was in his class, and she was kind of maybe not, but she thought it was grand. And as I said to him at one point, if you're sitting on a bar in New York City and you're 35 years old, you want to look back on this and say that you were at the 30,000 foot level, and he will, because I thought it was absolutely amazing. But I think that we have to all walk a mile in someone else's shoes. I mean, I get bashed. I have been bashed so much for my age, the way I look, the way I do, what I say. I've been scrutinized. I've been threatened on Facebook, on Twitter, in my personal space. I fortunately have friends that have gone in and gotten all the Twitter feeds taken down. But it's not been a very pleasant period for me, and a lot of that is misinformation and misjudgment, I think. Anybody that knows me in the last 12 years knows that I've worked really hard in this school district, and I'm very proud of the time that I've spent here. But I think we have to address this. I don't think that we can come up with any conclusion now, Tom. I think it is something that we need to look at. But I don't know if we get concurrence from everybody as to what step to go further. But boy, I'm telling you, I understand what you're saying. I understand how you feel, and I too, feel that we need to be doing more because we have to make sure that our outcomes are good. But we have kids that are scared to death now to go to school. We have kids with all the shootings and all the things that are going on, and one of my best friends said to me, "Well, hey, we have a child at 18 that can go to war for us and have a gun. So what's the big deal? He can go and buy a gun at the same. This kind of talking. It's just frightening to me, and that has to do with, I think, age and the ability of a young person to go forward with some of these issues. Could be very, very misdirected and wrong. So we have a lot of things on our plate. We have a lot of misunderstood individuals, teachers. And we do have a lot of people who are leaving. We have a lot of people who are leaving our school district. We have a lot of people who are teachers who are leaving. And I don't know what the road ahead looks like, but I think we need to better understand what we want to do going forward for a new year. Shirley?
Just to wrap up, I know people don't like it when we call House Bill 1557 the Don't Say Gay bill, but we saw in Sarasota County where it wasn't only don't say gay, it was don't see gay. All those flags had to come down, and the language in the bill said, yes, it said for K-3 education, but it said for other classes it had to be age appropriate. That was so wide open that even the DOE said, wait a minute, it's going to take us some time to figure that one out. So even though it didn't say, don't say gay, that's what the intent was. And I don't like to be put in categories either. And I know you say you don't think people should be put in categories. But when I hear you speak, on the different programs that, I only get the clips. I'm not sure where it is, but I believe it's a Fox News program or something like that. You're always calling us those liberal members. So you are putting me in a category. And, and when you've got, and you refer people to the endwoke.com, because that's what you stand for, it's pretty much understood that, what is woke? And some people think that woke is supporting the LGBT community and supporting the Black community. So whether that's what you think it is, that's what a lot of other people think it is. So, I don't like being put in a category that I'm for woke or against woke, or that I'm a liberal. I don't. You haven't used the term Marxist, but others come in here and say I'm a liberal Marxist, and I'm woke, and that So I appreciate that you said it here, but I would hope that when you go on those programs, that you don't use those terms, because I think it does categorize us, and I would appreciate it if we just didn't do that anymore. I haven't gone, I went on one CNN in response to somebody out in front of my house. I haven't been on any other program since. I decline any interviews because I don't want to bring negativity to this committee, to this board.
Tom Edwards.
Okay, so if I honestly assess the moderate Sarasota County, which is who I believe is Sarasota, they embrace their arts community. They love arts. Arts is inclusion. It is what it is, and we know why we love the arts community, and it challenges us. It's Renaissance. It's all the things that we love. And if you look at this, if you've run for school board, you're asked all the time, what's your position on the arts in public schools? So they're telling you as a community that inclusion and diversity is important. I follow that up by a recent barrage of conversations in Sarasota about affordable housing. that is equity. People want fairness for all of our citizens. So having said that, my point of bringing this up isn't for us to debate the culture wars. We're not going to solve that problem here. The five of us, I know we're quite knowledgeable and very talented, but we're not going to solve those problems. But my point is that I know Dr. Asplin has told me and has assured me that even though there's ambiguity in both of those bills, that at his cabinet meetings and at his principal meetings, that he is saying to our staff, we teach the standards, do what the state tells us to teach, all of those things. What I really wanted to establish here from the board level was that we were backing up Dr. Asplin and saying that to our teachers, we have your back. We don't want you to get sued. We don't want you to be hurt in any way, shape, or form by, and I think Mrs. Goodwin started, the adult behaviors matter to our student behaviors. We have to change the adult behaviors here first at the board level. Let our teachers know we have their backs. We're not going to hurt you. Parent rights here at Sarasota County have always been at the forefront and will continue to be. And I want to be able to say that as a board member, that to all of our students, because frankly, all of our students have each other's backs for the most part. What Mrs. Brown pointed out about some of the negativity and some of the bullying, but I have seen more inclusion and more acceptance from our students amongst each other than I've seen with the adults, frankly. So I want to be able to say to all of our students, relax, everything's okay, we have your back, you matter, we see you, go get educated.
Bridget?
Well, we're doing so well today. And again, Mr. Edwards, I appreciate your points. Mrs. Brown, I can't not respond because I'm not going into tit for tat, but I think it's a fair statement that many of us are passionate and there's an appropriate time to discuss certain things. I don't believe the dais is that time for certain topics, and but I purposely make my time useful here for not that kind of activity. That's my choice. I can only do and control what I do. And there are concerns broadly when it comes to education. If you choose to dismiss them or not, I think that what Mr. Edwards brought up is true and real and concerning, and it does concern me. And I think that it is as something that if you listen to the rhetoric and on both sides going back and forth as a student, it gets overwhelming. As a member of staff, it gets overwhelming. Why are teachers exiting in droves? You could pinpoint it on something, but if we're not doing exit interviews, I think their jobs have gotten incredible. Everyone I talk to is a majorly disciplined, behavioral related. Their jobs have gotten exhaustingly difficult. So I think let's be cautious of just trying to, and I'm not citing that that's what you're doing, but not putting it on one item or another. I mean, there's an environmental aspect that is shifting things. And when it comes to moving into the next year, again, I bring back to, I believe it is important that we serve all of our families, all of our students, all of our staff, and recognize the diverse opinions and viewpoints. Our job is education, and there are a myriad of things that will come up that could be controversial in education in a specified course, and I believe in our professional educators. It's a professional educational learning environment. And I believe they have the ability to understand what is appropriate and what's not. Vast majority, I mean, the extreme vast majority. Do we see things come through instructional materials? Yes, and we're working through that too. I mean, so it's not, I don't peg this on teachers. I support you guys. I want to make sure that we stay focused. And that's what this is all about, maintaining focus and not imposing all of these other things into it. I support families because I believe that they choose Sarasota County Schools for the great school district that it is, with the expectation their children are going to be going there to be taught and educated on the things that we are tasked with, and nothing else. And I don't think that's too much to ask, and I would expect that on either side of the political spectrum that doesn't have a place in our district and it doesn't have a place at the dais. And I think that keeps our focus. And again, we did such a great job today on achieving some things. And not that people can't bring up discussions. I mean, this is a relevant topic to bring up and figure out how we go forward. I support the school district. I support the superintendent. But we have to, just like we all have to fall within the confines and the guardrails of what our responsibility is for all of our stakeholders. So, I just, there's a tone of which it's almost as if there's a way to improve, and it starts with keeping our focus on what we were put here to do. And I will leave it at that. So,
Dr. Asplin.
So, obviously this is a very difficult situation or discussion, very good discussion. But I just want to bring up a couple of things. First of all, I think it's been mentioned, we are a public school system. We have many, many, many different families, students, and so forth, with their own values and their own thoughts, their own religions, their own everything, okay? And we educate all of them. We do our best to do that. And we support them. We want to support them. And I think, as far as our educators are concerned, they understand that we have different students from different backgrounds, and they love them, they support them, they want to educate them the best that they possibly can. Then there are things that pop up, like, for instance, the pride flag piece. And I just want to mention that because I want to be objective about that. And Mike, you can even chime in if you want about the law, but I want to speak to that and teachers, okay? Teachers, everyone has First Amendment rights, but teachers don't have as many First Amendment rights in the classroom. They just don't. School districts have the authority to control the content and teaching methods and so on and so forth. And teachers generally are considered to speak for the school district when they are in their classroom. Therefore, their First Amendment speech is not as protected as when they are using their personal speech. But they need to, and we've talked about this before many times, this isn't new, they need to be careful to not give the appearance that they're advocating or promoting a religious or political view. Then it comes to, well, what's a political view, right? That's the conversation too. But speech also includes displays in your classroom, and includes decorations, posters, and all kinds of displays that you have to be very, very careful as far as religion and politics is concerned. Unless you're using that in an activity in your class for a purpose, and then it's understand. But to have it in there, you have to be very, very careful as a teacher. And so, and Mike, I don't think I'm wrong in that case. And so on one sense, we need to understand there's a difference between teachers and kids. Kids can wear whatever they want, whatever T-shirt they want, whatever hat they want, as long as there's not a major disruption. If there is, then we handle it from that standpoint. But teachers are limited. So, removing flags out of a teacher's room that the teacher has displays up on that's very objective, very much what I just talked about. It's not that I don't like the flag, or that we don't like the flag, or we don't like this, or we don't like that. It's about being very objective in what a teacher can do and cannot do. When you do allow something like that, and I've been in this situation, you have to make sure you're ready to allow everything, which means then you're going to have many different people asking to put flags up in some cases. And I know I've said it to y'all before, and I know, but one of the big situations for me as a principal was the satanic piece that I had to allow in the classroom because we were allowing other things in the classroom. Okay, and I'm not saying everybody just agrees that the satanic piece is I'm not trying to say anything about that. I'm just saying you allow one thing, you have to allow everything until there's a major disruption, and then you can pull that back. And so next thing you know, you're the flag police, and then you're sitting there and everybody has a good reason to have their flag up, and it really helps me because of this and it helps me because of that. So we have to be careful with that objectively. I'm not passing judgment or being subjective. That's an objective issue. So then put that aside. But back to what Mr. Edwards was saying too, How do we help all of our students? How do we have their back? How do we have the teachers' back? What are we going to do? Because that's what we're all about, and that's what we want to do. So, you know, when we look at what Ms. Moore is doing, Dr. Moore is doing with belonging and dignity and so forth, we need to continue that. When we look at our strategic plan and the core values that we listed in our strategic plan, I think there's 6, 7 of them. We have to look at those. We need to move those values forward so that we're talking about everybody, those values that everybody would agree upon: trustworthiness, honesty, belonging, respect, all those things. We need to do that. And I think this summer, what we do need to do is, like you said, figure out when we start next school year, how are we going to show support for everyone? How are we going to show that we have everyone's back and that they, you know, we're about teaching the standards and following the laws and doing what we're supposed to do, but making sure that everyone feels supported and dignified and so on, because that is our job. That's what we're supposed to do. We don't want to single out and cause division or anything like that. We want to bring people together. What's our wrong? Working together as one for the success of all. We've been saying that for 2 years, and we need to do something about that. But what I do want to just make sure we understand, there's some things that are very objective and even in the law that we have to make sure happens, because we're a public school system, and First Amendment rights, it's a little different when you're a teacher. So I'll just stop right there.
Okay, I think it's time to stop.
It wasn't that great. I was just going to say, I thought I did. There, I didn't. Turned it off. There's no question that the school district has the legal authority to closely regulate the items that are displayed in a class. And I agree with Dr. Asplund that in the sense that they are speaking for the school district, or that we have, I read an article that said that we have rented the voices of school teachers, and their free speech rights are therefore curtailed in the context of the classroom. And the same thing applies to the kinds of flags or objects or whatever that are displayed in the classroom. We have the authority and the responsibility to regulate all that. I can tell you from my experience in this business for a long time that these eternal line drawing games are tough. They're very difficult for administrators to say, you know, Colin Kaepernick, not okay, this guy, okay. Those kinds of discussions go on and on and on forever in the context of public education. You know, it's easy to say Jim Beam is not okay and the Klan is not okay, but not all of these line drawing games are that easy. And there's always the risk that you could do something wrong and do something that was discriminatory and take an action that said Republicans okay, Democrats not okay. That's going to be a problem, right? Like a legal problem. That's not a proper basis for making that distinction. So I feel your pain, Dr. Asplund. It's not an easy issue, but in the public school environment, especially among the secondary school age students, the students have more free speech than the teachers do. I don't know if that adds anything to the discussion or not.
So I just want us all to work great together as we move forward. And you're right, as we get started next year, and Tom, you're exactly right. I mean, how can we work together? How can we get everybody on the same page? All of you have said that. All of you have. And gosh, I would, as much as anybody, love to see that happen, not only in our schools, but in our community, everywhere, so that we can really support our students to be successful so that they can do well with us as they, and then when they graduate, they're ready for life. So we do need to talk some more about some of the things we can actively do. What are some activities? What are some things that we can push out there that will help our students and teachers understand that we have their back and that we're moving forward and supporting them? So.
Okay, so moving right along, because it's going to be 2 o'clock before long, and we have a firm time commitment of 2. Data sharing. Joe Binswanger is up, and Dr. Cantalupo, and, oh.
Well, good afternoon again. So we're here today for several reasons. It was first brought to our attention at the last board meeting that there were some questions about data sharing, and one of the community members came up and asked particularly about First Step. So today we want to answer any questions. We'll have First Step on the line on Zoom in a few minutes. They were here earlier but had to leave, so now we're going to Zoom them in. So if you have any additional questions of them about their security procedures on data sharing, and then if you have any other, because I know several agreements were pulled, so if there's any other conversation that we need to have and discussions, we're all here to answer those questions. I do want to say that with our data sharing agreements, we realize with the parent rights bill that we are looking at FERPA and parent rights and so forth, and we're going to have more conversation with legal because it seems as if some of those things intersect. So with that, I'm going to move forward. And we'll
But
see
I
if we
would
can get-
say this: if we get something to the consent agenda, normally it's been vetted.
Correct.
And then we pull it, and then we have to vet it again, or our staff has to work on it further. I would just ask school board members, if at all possible, to have some of those discussions before a board meeting, if at all possible. And it seems that, I talked to somebody at the county who said that they might have somebody bring something up that wasn't on a board meeting twice in 5 years. Well, we seem to be doing that almost every board meeting. So I would just say it would be nice if we could get to the point where we ask those questions offline of our staff and then pull it by the Friday before the board meeting, if it's possible, so that we don't have this complete churn that we're having now of items on our board meeting almost every time. Bridget?
Dr. Aswin, I know that we spoke about, so to clear up, because I respect that and I very much appreciate all the time you guys have said, so I would be remiss if I don't highlight that I do follow those processes. I did speak with Dr. Asplin in advance, and the intent was, and that it created more conversation, and it is important, and as we talked, and Mr. Binswanger and I met with Dr. Asplin, is that the discussion was these are coming back again. Incidences occurred last year that some public, some not, some that which we're aware of. Can we simply highlight the improvements that we have done? That was the discussion that transpired in my one-on-one with the superintendent. And then I think there was some confusion about the data agreements versus the contracts. Here we are. I appreciate your time. If that clarifies, Mrs. Goodwin, as to what transpired. And Dr. Asplin, if you'd like to chime in.
Yeah, so when I have one-on-ones and we talk together, all of us in our one-on-ones, I try to get that information. And then if there are things that I can clear up or that any of our staff can clear up, we try to do that. I think in this case, when we started getting deep into the technology, that was when, and we didn't have Mr. Binswinger here, that caused us to have to pull that situation. Now, the other items like the indemnification piece and the parent permission piece that we talked about, I know that, we had Don Clayton and I talked about that. We had a lot of information together, and so it was the technology piece that caused us the problems this time to have to pull it. However, I will say yes, if I agree, and I think all of you know that if you need to pull something, or if it's to that extent when we're in the one-on-ones, the more time the better. So that you can let me know specifically, yes, we need to pull that, or this is not something that I'm going to vote for unless I have this information or that information, so then I have time to get that together. Yeah, we definitely want to do that. I know that another thing that was brought up, and Mike, you brought it up as well, too, is that, a board member can pull anything even at the meeting, and I understand that, and that's the law, and we can do that. But anything that I can, get that week that you get it, if you want to pull something for sure, or you have some deep questions, please let me know that. But like I said, with Bridget and with everybody, when we're talking in our one-on-one meetings, we get a lot of questions, and I'll bring different people in, to answer those questions. And then sometimes we make a decision to pull it right then. But I just need to make sure that I know, is this something that it's a question where you're kind of asking it as if, just keep that in mind, or we might want to talk about this, or is it, no, this is a big deal and we need to talk about this? I guess I need to make sure, and maybe that's my fault too, is not understanding the depth of the need during those meetings. And so I need you to be very specific with me on that when you get to where you need to pull something.
Shirley?
I think that there should be an automatic, here's those things our attorney needs to check to make sure that they're in compliance. And, I would think the attorney would check to make sure that it's in compliance with the parents' rights and what our policy is on that. I mean, I don't know why it was at the board with that. I don't understand, where this, and I understand that the gentleman who was questioning the data sharing met with Joe, and he still has some concerns. I gave you a copy of that, so he'll probably have, more concerns. I know you can never be 100% sure when you're dealing with data that somebody can't come in and do something with it.
I think there's two pieces. One, yes, our data sharing agreements always go actually through Mr. McKinley, and he has looked at all of them and signed off before they go forward. So that's one thing. When we have different types of requests, just so you know, we also have a research team that looks at them and calls for modification. And as time has gone on since I've been here, these have become more and more stringent, because we don't want to release data just that easily, especially with general researchers out in the public. So we have that right, and we do limit it. But Joe wants to mention some of the things about his conversation with the gentleman from the board, I think. You want to go forward and see what he really wanted?
Well, and I guess in the interest of time and being respectful to the First Step folks that we have online, maybe we can come back to this part of the conversation, because it's part of a bigger, kind of conversation. But I guess kind of to Dr. Asplund's point about understanding things that would potentially have question from board members that would need to be pulled. As a staff member who works on these various agreements and contracts and purchases and that type of thing, often we are working diligently to get them in time, to get them board approved, to get them then purchased and moving forward so they are ready for the start of school or various other things. So I know in this instance, there wasn't necessarily a delay for services that will be provided, but it is important to understand that to have them pulled and then have them delayed does potentially have the opportunity to negatively impact our students. And I don't think that's anything any of us want to do. And that's not to say we don't want to make sure that we've done our due diligence and answer those questions. Typically, what I would say, at least for myself and my staff that work, and I know in everything that I do with Dr. Canalupo and Dr. Clayton, we have done our due diligence when we have brought those things to the board. I'm working with Mr. McKinley and those type of things. So if Dr. Asplund and the board is okay, maybe we can allow First Step to kind of share some of the things that they're here to share.
Yes, please.
And then come back to this.
Okay, well, good afternoon. Thank you again for inviting us back in the interest of transparency to speak to the concerns that were raised regarding the First Step sharing agreements and the programs that we have. So I do apologize. The night of the school board meeting, I wasn't aware of the concerns. I wasn't even aware that there was an issue with any type of data sharing in the past. So I didn't request anybody specifically from First Step that evening to be here, although we did have First Step representatives there. They weren't able to speak to that. So they were here earlier, but had to go back to their offices, and they're Zooming from their offices right now. And I think you should see them on your screen. I'll just introduce them, and then we'll turn it over to them. We have Shawnee Roby. She is the CEO of First Step of Sarasota, who's on the Zoom call. We also have Leah Abranoff. She is the Director of School-Based Services, so she kind of runs the programmatic pieces. We also have Cameron Boykins. She is the Director of First Step's Drug-Free Youth, the motivational incentive to remain drug-free. And then we also have somebody who I met today for the first time, kind of a counterpart to Mr. Benswanger. Her name is Maureen Ragsdale. She's the Administrative Officer or the IT support or contact at First Step of Sarasota County. So if possible, I'll turn it over to them and any specific questions you may have of them regarding what their IT system looks like or what improvements they've made and things along those lines.
Sure.
Hello, thank you for having us. I will speak for a moment and then I'm going to pass it to Manira. But I did want to assure you, since we've talked with you, and I know we've talked at length about the breach and what has happened and what we've done since then, I want to assure you that we have taken every measure possible to not only notify anyone who could have been involved timely. We've also done everything that was not only legally required of us to do, but we've taken many extra steps to make sure that even those potentially involved who we had no reason to believe were involved, we still let everyone know just in case there was anything that would have ever come up. Like I said, we did respond immediately when we discovered the breach. What we did was, and Manira can speak more specifically about this in a moment, we outsourced a security team that specializes in cybersecurity breaches, and we worked with them actually for months, not only to resolve the issue, which they resolved in a matter of a few days. Well, actually, they were on the case within a few hours, and then we sort of resolved the issue within a few days. They stayed on board with us up until very recently to make sure that we had all of the security measures in place that we needed to right now. Additionally, we had another third-party company come in, IT company, come in and do a full security audit of every device, every system that we have, and to give us recommendations about what we need to do in the future. But along the way, we've implemented some of the most highly recommended antivirus and security measures that they have recommended that we do at this exact time. And we have done that. We also worked with our finance team, and we increased our budget significantly for next year, for this fiscal year. Our fiscal year ends at the end of this month, begins on July 1st, to add any additional security measures that we could foresee in the future. So I'm going to pass it over to Manira, and she can give you some of the specifics.
Well, that's a very good summary. Thank you, Shawnee. I don't know if the board has any particular questions about what we have done, but I can say that the company that we initially engaged when we found out about the breach is a locally based but nationally recognized cybersecurity firm called Silent. It's SYLINT. And they, as Shawnee said, came on site immediately, and we took steps to make sure that our systems were secure. One of the things that we did was implemented a program called Sentinel, which makes the whole outside infrastructure much more safe than it had been prior to our breach issue. And as Shawnee said, we've engaged another company because Silent focuses primarily just on the immediate response. So we have engaged this other company to do a top to bottom risk analysis of our entire system, and are making recommendations, which we are actually in the process of reviewing right now. And we're moving their recommendations over to our board for approval. We moved from individual files and folders to using SharePoint and OneDrive systems within Microsoft 365, so that it's much more still user-friendly, but much safer from these kinds of situations. And we're continuing with all of the other measures that we're required to do, such as training with our staff at the time of hire and annually thereafter, and making sure that our staff know what to do, what not to do. Although the situation that happened with the breach a couple of months ago was not from one of our staff, it was from an external source. So we have attended to that situation. So if there's anything else that we have concerns, you have concerns about, please let us know.
I have two people up to speak. I don't know, Karen, do you have something specific to ask these people from First Step?
No, not First Step, thank you.
How about Tom?
Nothing for First Step.
Okay. Bridget, do you have something to ask?
I just want to comment to First Step. I just wanted to say thank you. And I know that I appreciate you coming on here. And by the way, that this is nothing, as we know, the cyber exposure, no one is immune to it. So, I appreciate them coming forward. It was not really this whole discussion, as was noted, was more on the internal aspect and how we, the third party agreements. And as they noted, again, this was a third party actor for them. So I almost underscores some of the conversation we'll be having, but I appreciate them. This was not in any sense to focus on First Step per se. It is solely about Sarasota County Schools and our process for when we enter into contracts, with this example being the undertone for. So thank you again.
I just want to say to First Step, thank you very much for being here. And I'm sorry that you were here because I saw you sitting in the audience and then you left and I thought, oh, okay. But at any rate, I think this answers some questions that we might have had. Do any of the three of you, Mr. Binswanger, Dr. Clayton, do you have anything to add?
No, I just wanted to say on the programmatic end of it, it's just a pleasure working with First Step. And I know there were a number of other contracts that were pulled as well in providing the services to our students. I know this is not about that today, but it's just always been a pleasure to work with the individuals here and to problem solve and then to provide the information that you're requesting.
And most of those contracts, Dr. Asplin, correct, have been placed on our next agenda meeting for the 21st, correct?
Yes,
I was just looking at that.
Ms. Goodwin, if I can add,
Yes.
one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we did is make sure that not only to the board, but to the general public as well, that they had a level of comfort as to what First Step has done since
Yes.
that transpired. The other thing that I would like to do is just commend First Step in that when this took place, within a very short amount of time of when they initially found out, I know they had reached out to Miss Deb Jackalone to let her know, and she contacted me and said, can I be part of the phone call as Miss Roby shared with her kind of what was going on, and I could kind of interpret for Miss Jackalone kind of what was happening. And it was a strong level of comfort for us to know that they had engaged with Silent because they are a company that we have engaged with in the past, and they are extremely well respected in the cyber community in that regard. So, and also at the time, First Step did not know exactly what the data breach was, so they were making sure that they were doing their very best to make sure anyone that was potentially impacted was aware. So I think those are all important things to know. And then I also think that moving forward, and Dr. Asplin and I, and Dr. Cantalupo and I have spoken about this, anytime that there is a potential question from the board or the community or anyone in large, of anyone that we have an agreement with, we use this opportunity to make sure that those questions are answered and that that level of comfort moving forward is there. And hopefully that was obtained today.
Great. Okay. Well, to those at First Step, thank you very much. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And with that, we do have other questions, I think, and I'll swing around to Karen for that.
Thank you, Mrs. Goodwin. Just a general question of how we vet so that perhaps we get in front of potential future concerns or needs for conversation. How do we vet the data piece? You mentioned that we've worked with a firm. Do we work with a firm? Do we have expertise in certifications, and how does that overlap, in addition to you mentioning legal counsel, vetting out our third-party contracts so that we are putting our seal of confidence on this piece? And again, that's to get in front of it. Because there was mention that this continues to be brought up. So for me, if something continues to be brought up, trying to get in front of it, increase communication. So what is our vetting piece? I'm not asking for a dissertation, a very short summary on our our own expertise and how we stand with that expertise and how we hand over data to other parties.
It's kind of, there's multiple levels of data sharing. So I'll start, and then Joe can tell about the audit processes we have. But as you can imagine, we have data requests all the time from different agencies, so forth. There's levels, and I won't go into all the detail about it, but if it's something that has to do with general research people are doing, or if there's anything from an organizational standpoint where they need the results and evaluation, it's pretty clear in FERPA about how we handle that. So we always, general rule of thumb, we try to give the least amount of data possible, you know, to meet the request, but also the most strategic way to handle that. We don't use Social Security numbers. A very typical scenario is if there's an organization that is providing a service, for example, and they need information on particular students that they are servicing. In our agreements, they should be having parental sign-offs on all of this. The children are going to these organizations, and they're trying to follow up on how their students are doing academically. So that's all written within the data sharing agreement. That's pretty clear cut. We have, I don't know, how many partners in those arenas that provide services such as that. The original data agreements were written by for most of these, and the others were modeled after them by our past attorney, working really carefully to make sure that we don't offend our partners, but also make sure that we protect ourselves. Indemnify is written all through these. Since Art left, we now are working with Michael, and he is Mr. McKinley, and he has reviewed all of these, then sends them back to us. We also have a research team that we meet every 2 weeks, look at the data requests that are coming in. Everybody's probably on that team is sick of hearing my rhetoric about research and whether it's useful, whether it's not. If it's something that we don't feel is useful, if it's just sort of data mining, we pretty much do turn it down. And I'll tell you in the future, we've been working for the past 18 months, Joe, myself, and our team on building our own data approval process.
That's what I'm
in-house.
looking for. What are our requirements when we give data to service agencies in particular? That seems to be what the subject is floating around.
And they will have to check off, and we do it now manually, but it will be digitally in the future, that they are providing their level of security. And even from the very, very beginning, it's what is the reason for it? That's really what we want to know. Why are you asking for this? And we mull over the whole risk ratio piece. Is it anything that's going to benefit our students and staff? That's one thing. If it's something that's mandated by the state, which sometimes it is, or a federal program like Title I, that's something different entirely. So those are our first two questions, and we proceed from there. But I'll be glad, because it gets very intricate, and we have a lot of flow charts about how we did this. And hopefully, within the next 6 months, we'll be able to preview it for it. But we are doing this anyway manually now.
Okay.
And I'm going to forward to Joe, because he did have the conversation with the gentleman at the board.
And our own level of expertise and how, why can we make these judgments on our own data?
So I think there's a couple key things that I'd like to attempt to at least clarify here. One, so when I mentioned engaged with the cyber forensics company before, you were a principal at the time when the incident.
I don't hit any links ever, still.
At the time, but based on that initial engagement, ever since then, we've engaged in a retainer with them every year. In the event that something were to occur, we're not having to go through a purchasing mechanism that is sitting out there and available. And we've used it for various things over the years, but it is to our benefit to have that ongoing relationship, so I can pick up the phone and make that quick phone call. In addition to that, internally, through the security software and appliances that we have implemented, we send staff to training, professional development, and getting ongoing certifications. The challenge in this, and hopefully thank you for the recent change in salary lanes for IT staff, the challenge has been that we have lost those staff to other agencies because we've trained them up, helped them get those certifications, and then they've left us for better paying positions. Knock on wood, hopefully our retention rate is going to be significantly better now based on what we've done. But all those are in place. In addition to that, beyond the Florida Auditor General, or the Auditor General for the state of Florida that we go through as part of the financial and operational audit every few years, in our off years, we have network penetration and vulnerability testing that we do with outside agencies in the off years of those to work to identify what potential, what I'll say, vulnerabilities that we have, and then also an action plan moving forward to address those. We affectionately refer to it as the Red Book, and that we work through every year. Now, kind of, this is where I think some of the delineation needs to take place in the conversation, and this is part of what Mrs. Ziegler and Dr. Asplund and I were speaking about the other day. In the first step instance, the contracts, and I'm only using those because they were the ones brought up, but there are many others that we could have this kind of conversation about, in that we as a district are not actively handing data over to First Step per se. And so the question then becomes, as the services that First Step are performing, what data are they potentially collecting, and then what happens with that? And that's some of the conversation that I've had with Mr. Spiegelman, who spoke at the last board meeting, and kind of where does our line of liability kind of draw? And that's where we lean on the expertise of Mr. McKinley and all that in these data sharing, or these agreements, because they're not really data sharing agreements, they're agreements of services, right? And so that's kind of that piece. Now, in the situation where we are actively providing data, so for example, the Big Brothers Big Sisters data sharing agreement, in that instance, and you can look in the kind of the devil's in the details, right, of what is the data that we're actually providing. In Big Brothers Big Sisters, we're providing copies of report cards for those students that have had their parents sign off on permission for the district to provide those report cards. And Big Brothers and Big Sisters has to provide us the documentation of those parental signatures to then provide that to help them better mentor and provide those services. Years ago, before we had the data sharing agreement in place, I can tell you that what was happening was they were asking students to bring in their report cards, and you can kind of envision the level of success that was in that process. So this provided an opportunity for us as we moved report cards to a digital platform to help Big Brothers Big Sisters provide better service to our students. Right. And so the kind of last somewhat example I'll give, and I've used this with many of you, and Mrs. Rose, you know this from your days of a principal, anytime we adopt a new textbook series, now there we are actively providing data as part of that agreement. And we go through an exercise with the textbook publishers, one, to understand how they are managing that data, but two, also to make sure that they are only getting the level of data that they need to provide the service that we want. You know, and typically they will provide us a data template, and I'm using hypothetical numbers here, but they may have 60 elements on it that they said that they would like, and then we go back and say, well, okay, tell us why that you're asking for these and what do you need, and it becomes a discussion till we get to the point where they are only getting what they need to limit the liability the school district has in the data that we are providing them.
At this point, too, in our new processes, they'll be actually given a file layout, and they give us file layouts with dozens of elements. They're going to get down to the brass tacks. What do they really need to do the job that the service they're giving us? So we've been doing that all manually now, but that will become.
And I can speak to particularly you, Dr. Canalupo. You do not give up data easily.
I do not.
I've tried to get you to before, and you refuse, so I can.
Especially when it's at the individual level, I get nervous about that.
I think this was great clarification, and I really appreciate it. Again, my intent is strong communication, get in front of pieces, and better fully understand how our systems work so that we aren't put in a position where we're diminishing public concern and or don't ever want to be pulling items unnecessarily that impact the productivity of our school system.
Tom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start by saying that I'm probably the crankiest of all when it comes to having stuff pooled. So I'm not a fan of that for a whole host of reasons. But I agree with Mrs. Goodwin that that when it arrives to a consent agenda, we're assuming that it's been properly vetted by IT and legal. So I want to tell you that I had a personal experience with Unite Us, and I was gung-ho to get Unite Us passed for us to work with. And that specific gentleman came in and said, Unite Us is going to use the data and sell it. And I thought, so we pulled it, and I went to Mr. Biswanger and I said, per that agreement, is that possible? And he said, yes, which I thought was all we were buttoned up from the review of legal. So I went back to legal and said, can we get it that Unite Us has to ask for permission to sell the data from each parent? And he said, yes, that's a good idea, and created that release, and we went forward with Unite Us. So here I am as a school board member where a gentleman from the public comes in and says, pay attention to this. I did. I asked the right questions, and we fixed a potential problem. So I need to say that assuming that IT and legal had done their job, but this particular person said, double check this. So I want to say that that was what happened when that gentleman came back a second time and said, are you sure? And so, yes, I want to know that we are properly vetted, that we have done all of the things, and to the point of vetting criteria, that, you know, and I apologize to First Step. I'm sorry they had to come in and have, that is, you know, breaches happen. I mean, we're in that world, and I really want to make sure that First Step, Dr. Clayton, would you please, we're sorry that they got put into that situation. But what I'm saying is, I understand that this criteria of the company that they hired, Silent, do we ask that of our providers? Are we going to ask, do you have some similar process by which you double check and that you make sure, and if a data breach happens, all of that kind of stuff. So I don't want to have to ask those questions. I want to know that you guys are doing it, but I wanted to let you know that that is what happened to me as an individual board member. And when that person came back and said, pay attention again, I had no other choice but to have those researched. So that's what I want to let you know. I don't want to have to pull stuff from, I want to move on because there's so much more that we can be doing. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was clear that that is what happened to me about something that I was gung-ho about, and we solved a potential problem. So.
Thank you. Bridget?
Yeah, so thank you. I want to reiterate to First Step as well that, and that's why I wanted to say that this is not to single them out and by any measure at all. There was an incident that happened that the public was aware of. They have a long partnership with us, and so because kind of going with Mrs. Rose is saying is getting in front of and being able to communicate things is game changing to respond and proactively, so we don't have to pull things. So I regret that there was some misunderstanding as when these contracts were coming up, it was merely hoping that this could have been summarized and provided to the public because there were concerns. Now, not for today because we're 15 minutes over and I have to get good job, Mrs. Goodwin, with getting us almost out of here right on time. So, but I know we talked about when we are evaluating other contracts with sensitive information when we're referring. So it's vicarious liability that I would argue that the district has at that point. And so not for right now, but whether or not, because the reality is the exposure is much different, as we were talking about yesterday, than it was 2 or 3 years ago. And educational institutions are like one of the top targets. So with that all said, it sounds like you guys are working through a lot of those things, but it may behoove us to evaluate, what we discussed of different zones of a questionnaire of what these third parties, what protocols, what safety measures they have, and we decide how we pursue or what information we expand upon, et cetera. But not for today. Again, I wanted to allow the public an opportunity to understand, because my understanding is that there were improvements made. And that is all that really is intended to be able to express, and as we're continuing to talk through what our processes are. So thank you very much, and thank you for spending a lot of your day here. I really appreciate it.
Yes, and we are finally done. I believe we are finally done. I want to thank everyone for being attentive and being here since 8 o'clock this morning. And I'm going to adjourn this meeting, but before that, I'm going to say that we will have our last board meeting of this fiscal year will be next Tuesday, June 21, in the Longboat Key facility, administrative building in their board chambers on Longboat Key, since we are now undergoing some renovation here in this chamber. So with that, we are adjourned.
I have a question, and we'd be adjourned or not, I don't care. And it's to probably the superintendent. We are due to vote on the tentative budget